two long rivals, the Montague Wildcats and the Whitehall Vikings. This is a rivalry that stretches way back over 100 years. One of the best in West Michigan baseball. And recently it's been the Wildcats who've had the edge. For the last 9 matchups, as we both know, we all know here, when these two get together, you can throw the records out of the window. Alongside of me today, I have Bill Welch bringing you all the color commentary, and Billy Mann to the left of me turning all the dials. Bill, as we both played in this rivalry on the other side of the river, and we always circle this one on the calendar.
Oh, absolutely. We always do. Big game, always.
And when you look at this doubleheader today and Montague's recent success, what are you watching for early on this one?
Really, I think you got to watch for the team that makes the least amount of mistakes. The team that fields the ball cleanly, makes the less errors, less walks.
It's a good insight. One who hits the ball makes a timely. Maybe you can do a little bit of small ball. Great insight, Bill. I was thinking also we've got a couple players, a couple of pitchers going to be starting game one that were in the rivalry last game, or actually last year. It was a cold one. Both hard throwers, so you can see who actually can throw strikes and who can keep runners off the field. So let's get you ready for game one. Let's take a look at the starting lineups, Bill.
All right, well, let's go ahead and start off with the opposing Whitehall Vikings. Leading off, we have Cody Manzo playing second base. We have Justin Jensen at shortstop. Batting third, Noah Morris is DHing for Noah Peterson at third base. Batting cleanup is Evan Thomas. He will be pitching. Ethan DeShong in the fifth spot. Emmett Heck playing second base. Max Krakowski in right field. Hunter Peterson in left. And we have
Jacob Monroe.
Jacoby Monroe is batting ninth. And then for your home team, we got leading off Cooper Bradley in left field. We got batting second Cole Moss center field. Fletcher Towman is catching. Eli Peterson takes the mound. Chase Kurtzel's at the hot corner. Batting sixth, we got Dylan Bailey in right field. Seventh, we got Cole Harriman's at first. And batting eighth, we got Carter Johnson at shortstop. And rounding it out, batting ninth, Levi Auger at second.
That'll be the starting lineups for the first game. They change up a little bit for the second game. And with that, I want to take a moment to thank our sponsors here, which make all this possible, and kind of round those out, which makes this live game possible. And you can see those as they round up through here, but we're going to have those kind of go up here on the screen here. We can announce those sponsors as they come on up. Okay, and they'll pop on up. First off, we are going to thank North Grove Brewers. They have a music lineup there for the summer. Shepherd and Shepherd for all your legal needs. Shoreline Foot and Ankle. One-stop shop for your foot and ankle needs. We also have Go With Mario for all your lending needs. If you want an equity or for a new home or buying. And then the Ski and Ironmen. Billy's Place where also we have Pizzeria for Cadena. Yeah, the Cadena Brothers. I can barely see. I have to get some new glasses here. And then don't forget David W. Duesenberry Sr. I want to be your real estate advisor. And also Gary's Restaurant and the Chamber Bar is back. For all your dining needs, not just for breakfast. And again, North Grove Brewers. So remember those sponsors because they are important. They make this broadcast possible. We're still a few minutes away from the first pitch. I think of this rivalry going back. Beautiful day for baseball here. Taking a look out at the flag. We're getting a small breeze, probably about 5 miles an hour, right to left. There's not a cloud in the sky. Compared to last year, we were part of this rivalry game last year. We got to call the game. Billy brothers, Bill and Billy were here. It was a cold one, just like April baseball can be. But today a different story. A little bit windy. We saw a little bit of rain earlier on, but that has gone bye-bye. As this rivalry will renewed. A couple of hard throwers starting game one. So going back to the rivalry, Bill.
Yeah.
When you played, tell me a little bit about happened in those games. I know you played both as a junior and a senior. Tell me a little bit about what you remember.
Oh yeah, it's our junior year. We were a little more competitive at Whitehall. Unfortunately, my senior year, we had a few guys that decided to not go out their senior year, so it was a little tougher team for us my senior year. But every year we played Montague, junior senior year. It was always we always played a step up, right? You had that extra hop in your step. You had that extra heartbeat when you were at the plate, you know. It's just one of those games. It's one of those that you always remember. I believe we beat Montague my junior year. We lost my senior year to Montague. So.
Now that was back in the 90s, I believe, Bill.
Yeah, yep, 93 to 95, yep.
So when I played Montague, multiple games, that was they were very tough, my junior and senior.
Actually, in those games, they were the Michelson brothers were part of that. Link and Eddie Michelson.
Oh, yeah.
So, unfortunately, I have not beaten Montague as a baseball player. And we had some very good teams at Whitehall. And with that, having those teams as Whitehall, you know, they always beat us. Junior year was not as competitive, even as a senior year. My senior year at Whitehall, we were very good. We won the Seaway Conference. We were 11-1. We were actually 28-6 as a senior. Just dominated, and 3 of those losses came to Montague. We lost each one of those games, I believe, by 1 or 2 runs. But Montague at that time had just fantastic pitching. Bob Trevino and Link Michelson were the 1A and 1B. Link Michelson went on to play 10 years of professional baseball with the Montreal organization, then also overseas, and then in the Mexican Professional League. And still pitches today, actually, in men's league. I play some baseball with Link down in Grand Rapids, and we talk about it a bit, but very, just very dominating. But we never beat Montague as a high school.
Is that something? Yeah.
You know, and that's just the way it goes.
It does.
You know,
goes in waves.
But today will be a little bit different. We'll see how it goes. You know, coming into this ball game, Whitehall is 2-6. A couple of wins versus Hart. They lost a couple games to North Muskegon. Slimco pitched a no-hitter, 5-0. Now Slimco, if you know, from North Muskegon, he is committed last year to Ivy League.
Yep.
Dartmouth. Throws in the low 90s. So it's easy to say he's probably the top pitcher we have in the area. And it was cold. So if you ever played this game, It's tough enough to hit in the 90s, yet alone when it's cold out.
Talk about a stinger when you're swinging that bat. Whoa.
But Whitehall lost the second game 4-3, so it was a more competitive game. They dropped a couple of Manistee last week, and then they played Zeeland West this weekend and also dropped a couple. Now Montague, on the other hand, they are 4-2 coming in this game.
They've played Montague as well, or North Muskegon as well.
That's right, and they split. They lost the first game to North Muskegon, then they won the second game to North Muskegon. And I believe they probably will see each other again here in the districts. That is a long time rivalry that's gone way back. That tends to knock each other in or out of the districts into the regionals. So I have a feeling they will probably see each other again here in the districts, probably in the finals. The two of the top pitchers in the area, Eli Peterson, which you and I will see here momentarily, along with Slimco. And it'll be a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to watch highly competitive baseball games with good pitching.
Absolutely. It should be a really fun game to watch. And both teams, like you said earlier, you can throw out the records when you play Whitehall Montague game. It's always going to be a competitive game, a 1-2 run game normally. And it's all the little plays that are going to add up for the other team. So,
well, last year's game, if you remember, the first game was a pitcher's duel, as we talked about. Eli and Brock Morningstar, who now plays for the Aquinas Saints down in Grand Rapids. Those guys put on quite a duel, and it was cold. Eli threw a one-hitter, and Noah Morse, who's in this game, actually had an infield hit.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was almost an Armando Galarraga type of ordeal, if you remember.
Yeah.
For those who are not aware of what that situation, he was a Tiger pitcher that in 2010 had a perfect game going, and there was a little grounder to the first baseman, Miggy, and they threw it on over, or actually threw it on over to Armando, and he touched the base probably maybe a half-quarter step ahead of the runner, and the umpire called him safe. And he will always be known for that.
The almost perfect game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was a play similar for Eli. It was a bang-bang play. Unfortunately, as an umpire myself, I'd love to say I've gotten every call right. But that's just part of the human part of the game.
Human error, yeah.
Now, it wasn't a perfect game. I took a look back at that game, and Eli did give up a walk also, but it was a 1-0 game. Brock Morningstar pitched a heck of a game also for Whitehall. And what stood out to me for that game also was Fletcher Tolman. He had 2 hits for the Wildcats in that game, 2 big hits. One of them with RBI for the game-winning RBI. And Fletcher will be behind the dish here for the Wildcats in this game. So we got some players from last year's rivalry game. The second game, Evan Thomas pitched in that game, who's pitching today against Eli. Threw well, but there were a few errors for Whitehall, and that game was not as competitive. So Montague did take 2 from the Vikings, but they're looking for a little revenge on this one. And they remember that doubleheader quite well if you were a Whitehall Viking. They'd like to get a little bit of revenge on Montague's soil.
So how many seniors are on Montague's team?
Well, Montague's got about actually it's a young club. I was talking to Coach Moss here this weekend. I don't have the exact number, but they are relatively young. They've got a few seniors mixed in with some younger folks. His middle infielder is young. We graduated a couple of their middle infielders that were seniors. So both Johnson and Auger are juniors. So Coach Moss was telling me that they're getting used to each other, getting used to kind of his defensive sets with bunt defenses. So it's in a growth process.
And Whitehall's got a new coach this year, right?
Yeah, Brian Peets, and I talked to him a little bit about that. So we're in a new era of Whitehall baseball. Longtime coach Warren Zweigel is, I don't know if he is in the Dominican Republic, but I think he's enjoying himself.
He looks like it, yeah.
And so the umpires have shown up. We have Joe Stein is one of the umpires, longtime umpire, is for us. And also Paul Schloff is going to be umpire. Whitehall, or excuse me, Montague alumni, Hope College MVP for one season. I worked with both these guys as umpires, great umpires. Joe Stein actually has worked many regional games and also MHSAA finals a couple of years, 2022 actually and 2014. So
nice.
Some of the best umpires that we have in the area will be calling the games here. So crowd is starting to funnel in here on both sides. Tickets were hard to come by, Bill.
Yeah. I had to push my way through the gates.
Yeah. It's box seats. So, Bill, you moved here and started playing baseball in Whitehall as in high school. When did you move here?
Yeah, I played Little League in middle school up in a small town by Traverse City called Mansalona. Moved here to start high school, ninth grade through 12th grade. So it was definitely different changing schools, going to a new high school. Nobody knows you. You kind of got to prove yourself all over. But yeah, for me, I've always loved baseball. Always, considered myself pretty knowledgeable of the game, and it was a pretty easy transition coming into the Whitehall program.
So the umpires are meeting with the coaches here. So, Bill, some of the fans and people out there always want to know what they're talking about, like best places to eat in Montague or Whitehall. What are you doing after game? What are they usually talking about with the coaches meeting?
A lot of times you're getting down the ground rules and where the ball, where the dead spaces of the field is. Any issues with hey, if you're having any call issues, come to me. Just kind of laying out the umps usually want to set the tone of the game and make sure everybody's clear of what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and also as an umpire, we talk about is sportsmanship, making sure everyone's well equipped. Talk about how many innings we're going to play. Just things like that, just to make sure everyone's clear. And those are just things that we just talk about all the time. Looks like we're getting ready for the first pitch. First pitch is brought to you by Dave and Duesenberry, senior. And I want to be your realtor. Again, we thank our sponsors for sponsoring this game. In these games, it's nice to be able to bring you live baseball here between these two longtime rivals. Every year we renew this longtime rivalry. And we do it not just with baseball, but we do it with football, we do it with basketball, we do it with track, golf. And over the last few years, Whitehall's probably had the edge in most sports, but not in baseball.
That is correct. Yeah, it's kind of one of those, all the sports, it goes in waves, and that's the way it's at right now.
Wind's starting to blow out a little bit. Again, sun is shining bright here. If you're in right field, you got to be a little bit careful. Might be wearing glasses. You can get in there. They teach you to use the glove to shield the sun.
You know, I never wore sunglasses in baseball. I always use that good old glove.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Some people do it. I just could never wear the glasses. So we're moments away from the beginning of this game.
I'm sure players on both sides are super excited, nervous, a little bit of everything. Once that first pitch is underway, then they're usually good to go.
So Tolman throws it down. They throw it around to each other. Montague in all black, Whitehall in all white. Brings up Manzo. Will lead it off. The senior from Whitehall, 3-star athlete, all-conference football player. Peterson gets the sign. First pitch. Fastball high. 1 ball, no strikes. Wind's blowing out. About 5 miles an hour. Whitehall is up. And another fastball high, 2-0. Got a nice crowd here. Montague baseball. Fastball hits the inside corner. 2 balls, 1 strike. We're gonna have Les Gowell stop in middle of this game. Fastball hits the top part of the zone, 2-2.
Looks like he's settling in now.
Fastball gets away from Tolman. Runs the count full. So Montague's deemed to be one of the top teams here in the Lakes Division, along with Ludington. Swing and strikes him out. And a miss. 1 up, 1 down. I think he pulled the string on that one, Bill.
Yeah, he definitely did. Yeah, and Manzo was a little late on that one.
So brings up the shortstop for the Vikings, Justin Jensen, J square. Watched Justin for a while now. He's got a good glove out in short. Strike, inside corner.
Yeah, coached Justin a couple years in travel ball. Great kid.
Yeah, good family. Pull the string on that one, 0-2. Looks like it was breaking pitch a little bit. If they didn't have the velo. So 0-2. Let's see what he's going to see if he can get him to chase here on this one.
Got him looking.
Yeah. So quickly 2 up, 2 down. Brings up Noah Morse. It's DH in today.
Noah can be a sneaky left-handed bat.
Yeah, I umped the game last week versus Manistee and deposited 1 for a double over the right fielder's head. Swing and a miss, big cut.
Might have been swinging for the fences there.
High fly ball. Looks like Moss has got a beat on it. Camps under, puts it away, so 3 up, 3 down. And that brings us to the bottom of 1. So I'd like to make mention for our sponsor. First sponsor. That's Shoreline Foot and Ankle. Or actually, we're going to go to ahead. We got Cadena Brothers Pizza. I'm going to get it down here. We also, Dave Duesenberry. I want to be your real estate agent and advisor. Go to Dave. Gary's Restaurant and the Chamber Bar and Grill. They have some great steaks down there, so go down to Gary's, not just for breakfast. North Grove's Brewers. They also have a sponsoring. You can sponsor music down there at North Groves. They have all kinds of different things, so you can sign up for their sponsoring. And Shepherd & Shepherd. They have longtime sponsors for youth sports. And again, Shoreline Foot and Ankle. They, for all your foot and ankle needs, located in Muskegon and in Ludington.
Get
All right, welcome back. Bottom of first inning. Montague retired the side, brings up Evan Thomas, Muskegon Community College commit, playing baseball for him next year. Tall left-hander, about 6'3". Throws hard. Brings up Cooper Bradley. Fouls the first one off. Cooper is batting .450 so far this year. Depositing a lot of those balls in the green. It's also a threat to steal if he gets on base. Ball high. Peterson's playing back, not thinking he's going to bunt. Ooh, curve, breaking ball, down. 2-1. Didn't bite on that one. Fouls that one off. 2-2. That ball's out. So runs the count to full, just like Peterson did on the leadoff batter. So Emmett Hecht is at second base. He's a freshman. I got a couple of freshmen on the squad here for Whitehall. So the payoff pitch. He fouls that one off. Might have been a little up in the zone, but I think Cooper Bradley's been watching Joe Stein. He's been calling the strike that's a little bit up in the zone, so you don't want to risk it. He pops that one up. That might be playable. Manzo's over there. Ooh, it came back on it and falls harmlessly away. So Bill, when you're coaching a fellow like that, what do you tell him?
Well, first of all, you got to find the ball first, right? So I mean, you got to find the ball, get to the ball, and square yourself underneath it, and make the play.
That's a tough one because, you know, that ball's spinning and he's looking. It's just a tough one. So payoff pitch here. And that spinning ball is always going to come back on you. Ooh, fouls that one off. It's a good battle here. Yeah, it's a tough one. Same thing you'll get with that foul ball for the third baseman that goes over. And it's got that spin. It's always going to come back to you over there.
Yep.
That's a tough play for the first baseman. So again, 3-2. Ooh, got him on a off-speed pitch. Heck of a call here at 3-2. He's thinking fastball. Punch out for Thomas.
That's a nice pitch.
Brings up Cole Moss, the all-area football player for the Wildcats. It's a little inside. Cole's out in center field. Watch a little bit of Cole playing football. Boy, he is an open field threat. Ball down 2-0. When he gets the ball in the open field, whether it be on a punt return, kick return, any open space, he's a threat to go.
Another good all-around athlete.
Coming, looking for this fall. The Wildcats are, for football-wise. Right, one down the middle, 2-1. There's another one, 2-2. Be interesting to see what the call is here, if he pulls a string on him, just like he did with Bradley. Let's see where
I think I see
catcher sets up.
Big curveball coming here. Let's see.
There it is, pops up. Ethan's got a beat on it. Oh, drops it.
It's another tough play. Catchers, those little pop-ups behind the plate, super tough to get to.
Yeah, I think he turned his glove. He tried to catch it more like a basket instead of catching up on top. It's a tougher play.
Yep.
Didn't have a whole lot of time to get under it. New life for Moss. 2-2. See if he throws it or he tries to bring the fastball. Let's see where Ethan sets up. Another one. That's going to drop in there. Oh, no. Justin's got.
Oh, man.
So that was a tough play for Peterson. So if you can kind of see it in the play, it might be a little bit tough for you. Those on the screen, it was a kind of a blooper ball that kind of got past the third baseman.
Tough play, but those are the ones I talked about at the beginning. You got to make those ones in a game like this.
Moss is on first. Brings up. Ooh, foul tip it in bit. Brings up Fletcher Tolman. So far, Thomas looks to be dialed in. Throws on over. Gets back easy. So you got a left-handed pitcher up there. I got to go to dinner with Lou Brock way back. Another foul. Now, Lou Brock, for those who don't know, Lou Brock was a legendary St. Louis Cardinal who played against the Tigers in the '68 World Series. He holds the second most stolen bases. And I asked Lou, I said, I always had trouble as a base stealer myself against lefties. I said, Lou, how do you get great jumps off left-handed pitchers? Ball high, throw on over, he gets back. I said, Lou, I was always taught to look at the shoulder, the one shoulder. If you saw the shoulder tip, or you go on first movement. Lou said, if you look at a pitcher, left-handed pitcher, because of power, they'll tuck their chin in when they go to the plate. And I never thought about that. There he goes. With the jump ball over, throws on over. Nice play by Peterson there. He cut that ball off. As you can see on your screen. It was a hit and run. Looks like Moss may have called. So 2 outs. Moss is at second. Brings up Peterson. Eli Peterson, the pitcher, could help himself out with a base hit. But yeah, so Lou Brock gave me a little, never thought about that. That's how he was able to get great jumps off pitchers. Looks like Evan wants to talk to Ethan about something. So Peterson's also batting over 400. He's gotten out of the gate here in springtime really well. I also asked Lou Brock who taught him how to run. Ooh, hits him with a curveball, so gets first base. Probably nothing overtly hurt there. Get open base for him anyways. Brings up Chase Kurzel. Oh. Can get mine.
Chase Kurtzel is a customer of the shop.
Is he?
Yeah, he's a big collector of sports cards.
Get my iPad. So runners on first and second, 2 out. Fastball high. I would like to get out of this jam here with nothing done. A little chopper over to Jensen, and he gets it, flips on over the first, and gets him. The tires aside, so that strands 2. So we go to top of 2, score 0-0. So again, we'd like to thank our sponsors here for sponsoring this. Ski and Ironmen. Cadena. I'm going to get that right. Pizzeria. Heights Ravenna Road. David Duesenberry, I want to be your real estate advisor. And Gary's Restaurant in the Chamber. Again, the Chamber bar is open. Got some great meals down there. I was recently down there and had some, so go see Gary's. North Groves Brewers, and they do have opportunities to sponsor some of the music down there. So head on down there, big stage, lots of music. Shepherd and Shepherd, attorneys at law. Also Shoreline Foot and Ankle. Dr. Smolin down there is taking care of quite a few athletes in the area. And Grow with Mario. Mario, where all your lending needs, probably can work with Dave together. Dave Duesenberry to take care of all those real estate needs. We'll be right back. So top of 2, Bill. Brings up Evan Thomas, the pitcher.
Both teams settling in a little bit here.
Eli Peterson. Struck out the first 2 batters. Noah popped it up. Leads off with a strike.
So Evan throws left, bats right.
Surprised his dad didn't have him working on batting left.
Yeah.
First pitch delivery, a little bit low. Evan was a heck of a tennis player for Whitehall.
Yeah, Evan played pretty well at Whitehall for tennis.
Greg McManus down there. Both bouncer over. Johnson gobbles it up, throws it on over. So 1 up, 1 down for the Vikings. Brings up Ethan DeShong. So Ethan's, we've known Ethan, have coached Ethan way back in the day. Bill, you've coached him for years.
Yeah, Ethan has been with me. I had him way down in Little League, down in minors.
Ethan's looking potentially to play at the next level. Pops, skies that one up. Looks like Johnson called him off. Oh, and the ball drops.
Oh, man.
That's a tough one.
Another tough play. We don't know that sun out there.
So same thing that happened to the Vikings with a 1 out, kind of a...
Darn near same play, huh?
Yep. This one was a sky ball.
Yeah.
That was more of a blooper. That's a tough play for a third baseman. So Johnson did the right thing by calling him off. But brings up Emmett Heck. Throw on over.
Ooh.
Gets him this close. Good call by the umpire. Not that he wouldn't make a good call, but ball high. Looked square in the butt. Calls a strike. It's the lower part of the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runner on first. Let's see what the official score is on that one. I think they probably, I don't think they didn't touch it, but let's see if they gave him error. It's safe, throw on over.
Another bang bang there.
Oh, they gave him an error on that one. I could see that. Another strike there for Heck. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And that's another one I've coached a couple years.
The throw on over. Safe.
Making it close over there.
Yeah. He's got a good move. Paul's a good umpire. Fouls that one off. So looking back over the record books, these are 2 very good programs that got people in the Michigan High School Association record books. For the Wildcats, Phil Hendrickson Jr. is actually in the books. Ooh, swings at a high one. Going all over. He helped him out there on that strikeout, a little bit high. So Phil Hendrickson in 97 batted .617 for the Wildcats in their record books, and a career .511. So 2 outs now. Brings up Matt Krakowski. Max. Swing and a miss. And actually Nick Moss is also in the record books. Back 608 in 2023. 1 strike. Another one right down the middle. So 0-2. Let's see if they fool around with a breaking pitch or being the 7th batter, if he just brings gas or not. Fouls that one off. That one gets away. Looks like a young man from Whiskey Creek will take that one home. Peterson gets the sign. Tolman sets up. A high fastball. Didn't go after that one like the last batter. So 1-2. It's a great pitch for a pitcher. If he happens to get a hold of it, he pops that one up. Can't really square up a high fastball. Ooh, a breaking pitch strikes him out. Nice pitch.
Very nice pitch.
So brings us to bottom of 2, still 0-0 between Whitehall and Montague. Again, brings us to our sponsors. I think I can get the Cadena brothers. Heights for Vandenbroek, we want to thank them. It's in Fruitport. Dave Duesenberry. Hey, Dave has been sponsoring youth sports for a long time, so we want to thank Dave for sponsoring this one. Gary's Restaurant also, and the Chamber. Chamber Bar's open, so if you think it's a place to go to dinner at night, go to Chambers. North Grove Brewers, you can sponsor the music. They got a big lineup of live music, summertime. Don't forget North Grove Brewers. Shepherd. I think Bill, he's used them for all his legal use problems. Bill, did you
Oh, absolutely. They're in a
pinch.
pinch, man, I'll tell you.
And then Shoreline foot and ankle. So we'll be right back. Welcome back here. 0-0 ball game. Pitchers duel, just like last year. Evan Thomas. Brings up Dylan Bailey. Breaking pitch. Misses the mark. 1 ball. He's playing right field today. A little high in the fastball. 2-0. Little chopper foul. So on the Whitehall side, some of their record breakers. Ooh, fastball high. Stealing base is a thing that they do. Caden Ritchie from 21 class. Pitch. Swing and a miss on that one. Runs the count to full, I believe, 3-2. Number 2 in the state. 72 stolen bases that year. Broke Nate McLeod's record. Ooh, and he walks him. So leadoff runner is on. Brings up Cole Harrimans.
If I'm not mistaken, Kyle Stratton beat that record.
Well, Kyle Stratton holds the all-time record, but not per the season.
Oh, okay, got you.
It's a fly ball to the gap here. Looks like he's got a beat on it. And he drops it. So runners on first and second.
Yeah, you gotta ask yourself, is the wind or sun play an effect out there? Or? I was never an outfielder, but I imagine a nice breeze can play with the ball out there.
Yeah, that was a little tougher one. But that one, so runners on first and second, nobody down. Got a bunt situation, pulls back. One ball, see if he squares the bunt again here. Cade Johnson, or excuse me, that's his brother, Carter Johnson. Cade is pitching over for Christian Brothers in Tennessee, having a nice season. Cade's playing short, or excuse me, Carter's playing, I'll probably call him a couple times. High, 2-1. But yeah, so Kyle Stratton, a name that people on both sides of the river are quite familiar with. Did beat the record by 1. Pops that one up. Fly ball. Looks like a young lady from Blakewood Club. Gonna run off with that one. So 2-2. 79. What's really nice thing about Nate McLeod, if you guys don't know that name, Nate McLeod is probably the most famous baseball player in the area. And the National League All-Star, went to Whitehall. And he called both those fellas, at least sent a nice video and a letter. Payoff pitch here. Ooh. Curveball high, gets past catcher, runners will advance, so it's as good as a bunt. Past Ethan there. But anyways, Nate actually messaged those guys and congratulated on beating both his records, which I thought was a really cool thing. He lives in Tennessee now. Ooh, foul tip.
So Whitehall's finding themselves in a little jam here.
So it looks like the corners will be in on here. So a hard ground ball to either one of those guys, Manzo or Peterson, could come home with it. Got nobody down, full count. Another foul ball. Ball high, they walks up. So bases are juiced here for the Wildcats. Brings like Levi Auger, the number 9 batter. Looks like Coach Pete's bringing him in. Bring the infield in. Swing and a miss on that one. I wonder if Moss might play a little small ball here, but I guess not. I don't know if he would bunt here with 1 strike. So this one right down the middle. Strike 2. Oh, and 2 pitch. Fouls that one off. Looks like that one's going to roll all the way over to the old Oceana High building. Over there at Rothbury. 0-2. Ooh, oh.
Wow.
That one's high.
So 1-2. Evens the count, 2-2.
Big pitch here for Evan.
Pops that one up, but that'll get out of play. Well, Mike circle back in. Oh, barely out of play. Looks like a millennial from Playbanks. So take that one for a souvenir. So 2-2. Again, bases loaded, nobody out. Score still deadlocked at 0. High on that one. 0-2. Work the count full. Evan's getting a little bit frustrated, but that one probably was a little high. Montague dugouts, fired up. Nope, one walks up. He walks in a run. So Evan's got to focus. He's a little frustrated with the guy behind the plate, but
Yep, got to keep your emotions in check. Forget about that batter. Go after the next one.
I tell you, as an umpire, that doesn't help you. You may not like your calls, you like my calls, but shaking your head doesn't do anything. So brings up the top of the order, Cooper. And he hits a fly ball. That should get in a run. Jacoby Monroe's got it. And he gets a couple runs here. So sacrifice fly. Cooper Bradley does his job. Brings up Cole Moss. So the Cats score another run here. 2-0. A little bit high. Throwing high. 2-0. Curveball high.
Good pitch
Or, excuse
there.
me, that one hits the top part, excuse me. 2-1. So Cole Moss's brother, Nick Moss, well known. Wildcats playing down the Milligan Buffaloes in Tennessee. There's another curveball. He's got to dial in 2-2. He's having a great season down there. The Buffaloes have made it into the top 25 for the NAIA. Having a great season. And he gets a little in. It's as good as a bunt. Just hold it. There you go. So bunt base hit. Or actually a check swing base hit. Actually, that was a great swing. Fought off that curveball that was dipping down. Got a piece of it. And there was no way they were going to get him. Evan done a nice job of just holding it instead of throwing it, and a couple of runs coming in.
Now Whitehall's hoping to minimize the damage here.
So brings up Tolman. Hits the inside corner, strike one. So back to Nick Moss. Bases are juiced here. There's one. There's two outs. Actually gets by him. He's going to try to score. And he does. So another run goes across. So Montague puts 3 across so far this inning. There is. They still have 1 out. I believe I thought there was 2 outs, but there is 1 out. Keeping the inning going. Ball's high. pops that one up. That one gets up by us. Looks like an older gentleman from Crystal Downs Trailer Park will be taking that one home. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runners on third and second. And that's a pokes that one for a base hit. That'll get in a couple of runs. Oh, he's going to hold him up. Lost him. That was a bit of good hitting right there. Took that breaking ball. Just stuck his bat out there, Bill.
Yeah, very good hitting right there.
We're going to get Cayenne Peters is going to run for Tolman. Brings up Eli Peters. So Montague's busted up for 4 here in the bottom of 2. Fastball high. So another record here that Whitehall has, actually as a team in the record books. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. As they still hold the most home runs in a season. A 99 team hold 76 home runs in 1 year. That's when they were a powerhouse in the late 90s.
I remember that team. Fun team to watch.
Fouls that one off. Young lady from Minor Park Road is going to take that one. 98, that powerful group of players lost to Orchard Lake St. Mary's 6-4 in the state finals. Fouls that one off. Looks like an older gentleman. Old Channel Trail is running after that one. Probably will throw that one back in. We're running out of balls. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss and a high. Could probably helped him out a little bit on that one, but at this point, Evan can help out. So strike out for Evan. Or excuse me, yeah. So that team was stacked. Orchard Lake St. Mary's. If you don't know much about them, they're basically a farm team for Division I baseball players in Detroit. Front fouls went off, hit hard. Turned on one. That team, Nate McLeod on it, no surprise. David Miller. David Miller played 4 years at Michigan State, started. Brett Cagney, the catcher. Brett played at Aquinas. Brett went on and played some professional baseball in Australia. A little bit down, throw on over. So still got runners at the corners. We got 2 outs, 1 and 1. Cats have pushed across 4 here in the bottom of 2. Evan Thomas still on the mound. Like to keep it at 4. A little bit, no, he's going to take second on that one. He's going to hold up on that. Two balls, 1 strike. Hammers it over, right past Peterson. It'll score 2 runs. Gonna throw on over. He's gonna take second on the throw. So Evan throws it on over. He is safe. It's a nice throw. So that was another, he squared that ball up well. Hit it on over. So it was a hot, I call it the hot corner for a reason, Bill.
Absolutely. That's where I played in high school. I was third baseman, backup catcher, and boy, I'll tell you, the balls get down there in a hurry.
Ryan Peets is going to come and talk to his pitcher. I don't know if he's going to make a change here or not. At the end of this broadcast, we are going to have a player of the game, probably of the two games. Maybe do an interview with them. Stick around for that part of the broadcast. A little story going back to that team. So, again, Nate McLeod, the All-Star, and Warren Zweigel was saying that, you know, we all know about a batter's tee. If you have anything with practice, you hit them off. But Nate McLeod, you could put a batter's tee at home plate, and just through a batter's tee, he could hit the ball over the fence.
That's amazing. Yeah, he had some raw power.
Well,
speed, power, glove.
Brings up Dylan Bailey, runner on second. But he had over 100 HRs, home runs. That's a pop-up. It's going to be a little bit tough. Krukowski's got a beat on it, and he dives and can't get the ball. So another run will score, and Bailey gets into second. I knew it was going to be trouble with the arc of the ball. Wasn't hit very hard.
No, Montague's hitting them in some tough spots to field. It's just unfortunate right now.
Well, it depends on what side of the river you're on, Bill.
That's right.
Fortunate or unfortunate, but comes out as a double. Put a crooked one there. Crossed here. Comes back with a strike. Brings up Cole Harrimans. Cole is all conference for the Wildcats in basketball this year. Swing and a miss. And I wonder if he'll be starting the second game. I know he tends to start, usually is their number 2. So far earlier, I didn't get that from Cole. Swing and strikes him out. And that'll end the inning, but the Wildcats put 7 across on 3 hits. Vikings put ahead of, they help with a couple of errors from the Vikings. So we go to top of 3. It is Montague 7, the Vikings 0. So again, let's take a look. Yeah, again, we want to thank our sponsors for putting this together. My hope is you come and patronize them, or at least go see them, not patronize. Shepherd & Shepherd. I know the 2 Bills will if they need any legal help. Shoreline Foot and Ankle for all your foot and ankle needs. Grow with Mario Lending. Mario also does a lot with the Ironmen we see here. That's funny. I say Ironmen, there they show up. Playoffs should be coming up pretty soon, aren't they? Road game this weekend. Cadena Brothers Pizzeria. And you said Ravenna? Heights of Veteran in Fruitport. And then David Duesenberry. I want to be your real estate advisor. And then Gary's Restaurant and the Chamber, not just for breakfast. Don't forget the Chamber Bar for your dinner needs. So don't forget, yeah, Lakeshore Golden Cards. Bill had Joe Mazzamaya in town. We'll talk a little bit about them. Zoom. Top of 3 here. Ball 1. Brings up Hunter Peterson. Batting in the 6th spot. Oh, excuse me. He is batting in the 8th spot. like 2-0. Hunter and his brother Noah playing on the team together. Hunter senior, Noah swing and a miss. 2-1. Noah's brother Dan coached down, swing and a miss. His brother Dan coached the youth leagues for years. Great coach. All even up, 2-2. Strikes him out. Got caught looking at a fastball. Got caught looking in the candy store like a boy.
Low fastball gets you every time.
And if you get caught looking, you get rung up. You don't really want to get caught looking. Brings up Jacoby. Right. I remember about Jacoby. I got a couple stories on Jacoby. Jacoby Monroe's up the bat. I remember umpiring when he was in Little League, and he had a Batman hat on. Remember, Bill? That's probably one of your teams. High fastball. And I remember not calling a strike he wanted, and I remember he gave me the biggest look and about fell over at the pitching mound. High fastball, 2-1. And he made like he almost fainted because I didn't give him a call I wanted. And I took him, after the game, I took him out and I said, dude, you don't want to do that. Just deal with it.
Yeah, Jacoby's probably been one of my favorites to coach, Little League. And I remember that game because I made all the kids always wear a hat on the field. He showed up with no hat. I made him dig out his Batman out of his backpack.
I remember that. 2-2. Ball's out. Then last year, do you remember what the bat he had last year?
He had the pencil bat. He had
a
pencil
bat with an eraser on it, and I have never seen something like that. I'll always remember it. 3-2, and he walks him.
He's a character. He's a good kid, though. Always a smile.
When I umpired the game last week in Whitehall, he wanted to come and be my friend. I'm like, dude, umpire is nobody's friend. I know you, I recognize you, I remember you and all that, but umpires aren't people's friends.
Right.
So we got one out. Monroe's at first. Brings up Manzo. Playing first today. Almost up, gets past Tolman, so Jacoby will take second. That will probably be a pass ball. So come to record books in Montague baseball. You're not too far from talking about Jacob Bushberger. 198 career base hits, that's in the record books. 66, a little bit low on that one. 66 in 2016 and batted .493 that year. It's in the record books. Jacob retired this year, actually, after 5 years of professional baseball. St. Louis Cardinals organization. There's a strike. But probably more than records, anything else, he's probably one of the nicest guys in his whole family than you ever meet. And I just remember the guy, Bill helped your travel team out, just came out and worked with some of the guys. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, Jacob was a really good guy. We've had him at the shop for appearance to meet fans, and then he helped our travel team one winter while he was back home on break, and just wonderful advice, good for the kids.
Fouls that one off. Yeah, it's, him, his dad, obviously Kevin Bushberger, a longtime coach here. Jeff Moss took over about 4 years ago. Aiden, Bushburger played 1 year at Concordia and then Mesquite Community College. Just played the game right. Humbly played the game. I always liked Kevin as an umpire. You know, got his point across without being unreasonable, I guess is a nice way of putting on air. Fouled that one off. Heck of a battle here, 2-2. Vikes would like to push one across here just emotionally. I'd like to get one on the board.
Yeah, it's always big to get that first one across and hopefully build some momentum.
Especially after Montague put 7 across. They got the meat of the lineup coming up. It's just the time to do it. Fouls that one off. Looks like Rockin' John is going to take that one away. Rockin' John from the 80s. Hangs out over there at Danny Z's Rothbury Tavern. You guys know where Rockin' John is. Here's the pitch. He's a little chopper over. He's going to get over it. Johnson throws him out. But Joe Colby moves on over to third. So it's 2 down. Brings up Justin Jensen, J squared. Moss is barking out some commands over here from the dugout. A little bit high on that one. Again, we want to thank our sponsors for supporting us and having this live game. Ooh, hits him. Looked like that might have been a changeup. I'm not sure. I could see the.
Kind of looked like a screwball to me.
Yeah, it came in on it. Eli's got quite a few pitches. But first and third brings up Noah Morse. Flied out to center last time. Jensen will be going on this one. Gonna throw over. Yep. Ooh, gets by him, and the first one will score. So they do put one across. Jensen's gonna look. Probably won't go for more. So the Vikes are fired up over in the dugout. Puts his one across. It's not how the Cats wanted to have the Vikes score one, but Vikes will take him any way they can get him. Swing and a miss, big cut. So back to some of those stories. So Lou Brock, asked him who taught him how to run, or he told me who taught him how to run. A little bit out on that one. Jesse Owens taught him how to run.
Jesse Owens. How about that?
Jesse Owens.
Wow.
The guy who won all those gold medals at the Olympic Games in Germany with Adolf Hitler watching him. And I said, Jesse Owens, how did that happen? I mean, Jesse Owens, he says, well, if you remember, he told me, he goes, I was drafted by the Cubs. And that's where Jesse Owens lived, and he taught me how to run. A little bit inside. So 3-1, some good hitting for Noah Morse. So then I asked Lou, I said, you must have been bummed when Ricky Henderson beat your record, his stolen base record. Swing and a miss on that one. A little bit low on that one, helped him out, but I think Noah was hype pumped to hit that one. So it's a payoff pitch here, 3-2. And he walks it. So a little bit longer of an inning here. Runners on first and second. Brings up Evan Thomas, could help himself. So again, I asked Lou, I said, must have been really, must have been tough, He says, no, not at all. He says, you know why? He goes, I said, why? He goes, Ricky grew up with my son in Oakland. I said, why? He's there. So it was like a family member beating my record. That one's
That's
right
cool.
down the middle. I said, how cool is that? You know. And I also asked Lou, I said, you know, when you retired, a little bit high on that one. 1 and 1, I said, when you retired, you hit, your last year, you hit 302. I said, why did you retire? He says, you know, he goes, I hit 302, but I wasn't playing like I normally could play. A little grounder over, oh, that's a foul. He says, but I wasn't playing to Lou Brock's standards. He goes, I didn't want to be that guy that people said, you know, should have retired 2 years before, a year before. And I said, wow. And I thought of Brett Favre.
Yep.
So it was the great time hit with Lou Brock. He strikes him out, got caught looking. So Vikes strand 2. We go to bottom of 3. Wildcats 7, the Vikings 1. So back to those folks we want to say thank you to. To have Bill, I, and Billy. Cadena's Pizzeria, Heights Ravenna Road in Fruitport. Dave Duesenberry. I've seen this face enough in the last 10 years. I know who it is. He's very famous. The Chamber and Gary's Restaurant. Don't forget the Chamber Bar. When you want something to go eat, Chamber's there. Josh over there, Josh Chamber, we thank him. North Grove Brewers. They have music, live music, and you can be a sponsor for that. So talk to them down there, Shepherd and Shepherd. Matt Shepard's been sponsoring U Sports for so long, and we appreciate him doing that here. And also Shoreline Foot and Ankle. For all your foot and sports needs, Dr. Smollin's been taking care of youth sports. I know some people that she's taking care of, some athletes. Can't really say who they are unless they want to say themselves because of HIPAA. But lots of those folks have been taking care of them. Also, go ahead, Bill.
Oh, I just want to say I have an update from the JV game.
Yep.
Montague is up 10-0 after the 4th inning. Gunnar Eitner's pitching a gem for Montague.
All right. Thanks for the update. I think we were going to have Lascal was going to come in and talk to us. I don't see Les yet, but I'm sure he'll pop in. There he is. There's Les. We'll have him come in and talk a little bit. He's going to tell us a little bit here at 3rd inning about what's baseball's like and some updates. Tell a little bit about his goings, pitching, Shelby, White Lake baseball over the years, and just some stories. So, Evan Thomas still on the bump. Johnson to bat. 1 ball, 1 strike. So after this half inning, I think we'll give you a break there, Bill. I know you got to do some PT being in the service.
Sounds good.
That one's fouled away.
I do less PT and more chow hall these days.
You have to tell us some of those stories. 1 ball or 2. Yep. I haven't asked him. 3 balls, 1 strike. Ooh. And he walks him. The leadoff walk. Thomas. Or excuse me, for Johnson. Brings up Levi Auger, playing second base today. Gonna throw on over. Ooh. Oh, it's close. The bar was here, but he was leaning. And he hits the shot over. He's going to make a catch. Got it. A little snow cone there, but it's hit well. You keep hitting the ball hard like that, things are going to work out for you. The right over to Peterson. Puts it away, so 1 out. Brings to the top of the order, Cooper Bradley. Gonna throw back over. So back to the record books, Nick Moss. We talked about Nick. A little chopper over, foul. Moss, I think he grabbed it, didn't he? I couldn't see. So Nick Moss is in the record books for hitting hits in 13 consecutive at-bats.
That's impressive.
That's called hitting in the zone, I think.
Yeah, it is. That definitely is in the zone.
That's a strike. 2 strikes now. Then Andrew Bobian for the Wildcats. As the pitching in 61 innings gave up 5 walks. That's a little popper. That's going to get in there probably. Let's take a seat. Oh, he's going to get under it. Nice job. Throws on over. It's going to be safe. Nice play over there by Peterson. I thought that might get in there, but Peterson got a great jump on it as a center fielder. Made a couple nice plays. So
he's got
2
some
outs
wheels
now.
out there.
So yeah, so Bobian, this is in 2015, in 61 innings, gave up 5 walks. That's called...
That's also in the zone.
That's amazing.
It is.
In the sense that, you know, with umpiring... Ooh, fouls that one off. High school umpiring, I mean, I'll admit, I'm part of the brotherhood, so I can be somewhat of a critic. Sometimes it's inconsistent.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So to give up 5 walks, that guy, you know, Bobian could throw strikes. That's the way of saying it. Got 1 strike on Cole Moss. A little bit low. So let's go down some of the other Wildcats in the books. Link Michelson, we talked about Link. He had 2 consecutive no-hitters. Hit a shot over it, brings it up. Peterson throws it on over and gets him. So after a lead-off walk, strands him. So go to top of 4, still Wildcats 7, Vikings 1. So I think we're going to have Les Gowell come on over, give Bill a break here. There you go.
Here we go.
All right, Les, we're letting some of our sponsors run on through over here, and then we'll get out over here. We'll kind of talk through here. Can you hear yourself good?
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
How's Christian doing? I don't know if we're on there or not.
Well, welcome back here. I want to welcome Les Gowell to the broadcast. How you doing, Les?
Good, Ron. Thanks for having me here. Beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day for baseball. Wildcats are up 7-1. We've got Ethan DeShong up to bat. But yeah, so ball one. So Les, tell us a little bit about you, people who don't know who you are. I always think everyone knows who Les Gall is, and that's a ball hit really well, but he's got a beat on it. Moss puts it away for the first out. So tell us a little bit about Les Gall, if no one knows who Les Gall is.
Well, I'm from Shelby. I'm 70 now, but I played a lot of baseball. I played at Marshfield and Muskegon ever since I was 17 until I was like 50. So I've got a lot of baseball experience, but I always say I was like the least athletic on the team I played on because I always could throw hard, and I always played with these really good players.
Well, that is a humble way of just saying it, Les, but looking up a little bit about Les Gall had a 52-game winning streak, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, in the City League in
Gamecocks.
Muskegon, yes.
Yes. So that is a lot of wins.
However, I was on a team where they were all collegiate players. I had Walt Gokowski, who graduated from Central and left. I had Chris DePoy from Saginaw Valley, John Schuta from Grand Valley, and Steve Murad from Michigan State out there also. So if the other team hit a ball in the gap, we'd catch it. We hit a ball in the gap, it's a double.
Well, I'm working with Walt again this year, with Marsh Friday Night Lights with Walt. And I was talking a little bit about Walt, and I bet you guys could still put it together.
Oh, Walt was so smart. Yeah, him and his dad, they did so much for Marshfield also. I think the world of those guys.
So what year, if you don't mind me asking, what year did you graduate from Shelby then?
74.
That's a sky ball over. Looks like he's got a bead on it, and he puts it away.
Nothing's for sure when it's high school and the sun's shining, I'll tell you that.
Well, we've seen that today, haven't we,
Yeah.
Les?
Oh, yeah. Yep, nothing's a giving.
Yeah.
No, sir.
So, in your time, you've played with some really, you named some guys that I know. You said a Suda. Was that Matt? I played for John Suda at Muskegon Community College. Matt and John were two different people.
Yeah, yeah. John was one of a kind. Woodhead, we called him, but man, he was a player. He was a gamer, I guess you'd say.
He took it very serious.
Yes, he did.
Quite serious.
He led off on our team, and we were playing in Midland, and he got called out on strikes. He threw the bat down. He missed. It slipped out of his hands, went between the umpire's leg, and he was kicked out of both games with a doubleheader, and he was the leadoff batter of the first game. But he had quite a career at Grand Valley, and he was a great player. He had a great career as a high school coach in Florida, I believe.
Popped up here. He's got a bead on it here. Levi does. Oh, called him off. Did a nice job by Moss to call him off. That's his ball. And he did a nice job coming in quick. And he retires his side. So
Communication's the key right there.
You're right. You could just stay back and let the second baseman try to catch that ball and make a basket catch.
Look at that.
And the sun, too, burn out his eyes. But we'll keep it right here. And because we love having some stories over here. So how has the game changed, Les? You've seen a lot of ball. How has the game changed in your eyes?
Well, obviously, pitch counts are a big thing. High school players can throw 105 in one day, and then they have to wait. That never used to be the case. And another thing was a big thing is back when I played, that if the leadoff guy got on base, it was a bunt automatically. You're bunting him to second. That doesn't happen much anymore.
So small ball.
Small ball, yeah.
So pitch counts. I was thinking of pitch counts, and I was thinking you were coming on and asking some questions. And, back then, even when I was playing in the 80s, 70s and 80s, a pitcher came out only when his arm was falling off. You never heard of pitch counts. So
no.
How many pitches do you think you ever threw in a game, or how many innings have you pitched?
Well, once we were playing a team from Wolf Lake in a Sunday league, and we played 20 innings. I threw all 20, got beat 3-1. And the other team, Wolf Lake, they had Mike Markowski, who was a great big left-hander. He threw 10, and then Greg Walters, who was a pitcher at Grand Valley, he threw 10. And I got beat 3-1, but they got 2 in the top of the 20th. I don't know how many pitches they threw, but some of those are really quick innings also.
Oh, that's just amazing.
And then I pitched on Wednesday in the City League that year, and that was one of my best games after 2 days rest after throwing 20 innings. But times have changed.
So we're bottom of 4, 7-1. Montague's up. Chase Kurgel's up, and he went to bunt. Thinking of bunting there. I think he just heard you.
This is Fletcher.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I looked at number 5. Thank you. Thank God Les is here to get me straight. Fletcher's up. He pops that one up. Johnson's got it. It's gonna
Catcher, linebacker, and wrestler.
Does it all.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, and he was the linebacker for years. And I remember for Montague quite a bit.
Yes.
For him. And actually, he has 100 wins as a wrestler.
Yes.
This year. So
and he's a good kid, too. And that's so important. These are a lot of I know the kids from Whitehall and from Montague, and they're all good kids. They hate each other right now, but some of them might play together someday. But they're good kids, and they'll like each other then. But right now, they don't.
Well, I've talked to some people, and I think that the rivalry has changed. Some of that might be a tiny bit true. A lot of these guys play on the same travel team, and could be a gapper. It is.
Yep.
For Eli, could be 3. Looks like it'll probably be 3. Oh, he's gonna hold up on 2.
He's fast enough. He can score on a single. I agree with holding him up at second base.
So a 2-out or 1-out double for Eli. But yeah, there's still the rival. This game still, as we talked in the beginning of the broadcast, still means something. These games. Whether it be football, whether it be basketball, whether it be baseball. In baseball, the Wildcats have had the edge for the last few seasons. Chase Kurzel's up.
That's a tough
Gobbled
play.
up by the third baseman, throw on over, and he gets him. Peterson does move. Oh, actually, we have a runner actually over for him, which is. They've changed some numbers on me over here.
Yeah, Eli lost his uniform, so he's got number 26.
I don't know if Moss did that for me on purpose, but brings up Bailey. I know Dylan Bailey. Watched him for a few years. Know his dad. Throw on over. So, anything else has changed that? So back in the day, probably wooden bats, some aluminum bats. What did you see?
Oh, that was a huge difference when they went from wood to aluminum, and then they went back to wood. And there were so many home runs hit when they were using aluminum bats. And then when they went back to wood, the outfielders had to gradually creep their way in because the balls didn't go nearly as far. And that gives you a real respect for major league hitters hitting them 450 feet, I'll tell you that.
Well, I'll let you know, Les, that we are still using wood bats for the men's league in Grand Rapids. That one's fouled off. Yeah, we're still using wood, for the men's league, and those guys can still. I think. Did you ever play with Trigg?
Yeah, Joe Trigg. Yeah,
Joe
from Muskegon. Great guy. Another good guy.
And he can still. And DJ, I'm not sure if you ever played with DJ, but Joe can still smoke them out there with the wood bats. He's looks like a linebacker. Played at Grand Valley, and those guys.
He stays in shape.
And Link can still swing the wood bat.
Link liked coming back here to play because he could bat.
Jensen throws on over, and that's a tough play.
That is a tough play.
Run will score. It's tough to pick that one up as a one-hopper. So it's a grounder, so the Wildcats push one across. So another question I had for you, and think of all the people you've played against, all these collegiate players. Tell me some of the toughest outs you
the toughest one probably was a guy by the name of Rick Murray. He played at Muskegon Catholic. He was going to go to Coastal Carolina as a pitcher, but then he got in a fight at a bar or something. He put his arm through a window, and he cut his arm, and he couldn't. But he had almost every major league attribute. He had the arm, he had the legs, he had the bat, and you have to have the head. And the head sometimes is the one that misses. You don't have that. But I tell you, Nate McClough's dad, Rick McClough, he had everything. And he went into the medical field, I believe, in college. He ended up being an accountant of some sort. But he had everything. He had the speed, he had the arm, he had the bat, and he had the head. He was about the best player I ever played with, but that was years and years ago. But Brian Wright from Shelby, he's probably the closest thing to a major league head I've ever played with. He always led off for us, and he could always hit the other pitcher, be throwing 90-plus miles an hour, and he'd hit the first pitch.
That was a nice shot there.
Yes.
Going to take third on that base hit. It's a nice play. That was just a nice hit.
It was. You barreled it up.
For Harriman's. So runners on first and third. Got 2 down. Brings up Johnson. So as you know, Rick Murray is still coaching. He's coaching over for the Crusaders.
Is he?
Yeah, so I umpired a game against, or for MCC. Him and Walt were coaching over there. And I forgot what Rick Murray's, what's his nickname? You
Rock.
know,
We call him Rocco.
Rock, that's what's still. And anyways, he was, that's a strike, nice breaking ball in for Thomas. But anyways, he was fired up about something. And I wanted to kind of talk fun with him about this or that. And he wasn't having it. I think they still won about, but he was as fired up about something as it goes. Still second on that one. He took off on the delayed steal there, or it's going to be on the early steal. Trying to get him the balk, but Thomas just went to the plate.
This is why Rick Murray is the best hitter I ever faced, really, because I threw a pitch about 3 inches outside, and maybe it was Joe Stein umping. And the umpire called it a strike, and he was mad, you know, but he got in there. He threw the next one about a foot outside, and he hit it for a double off the left field fence. He was a left-handed hitter. He hit it the other way, and that's what great hitters can hit pitches that aren't strikes. And they don't have to be perfect strikes to hit. But Rick Murray could do that.
That one's hit. Looks like he's got a beat on it, Peterson does, and he puts it away to end the inning. So the Cats do put one across to end the bottom of the fourth. So they are up 8-1, going the top of 5. So yeah, you've enjoyed a lot of baseball. You've got to play a lot of baseball. You've got a lot of kids and grandkids that play baseball.
Yeah, I have a grandkid coaching here, and another one grandkid is playing in Whitehall right now on junior varsity.
So it is probably enjoy it. You and I were talking before you came on, you know, the different phases of baseball and how good baseball has been to your family and to you, you know, and what has baseball taught you?
Well, the commitment.
In your life, and life skills.
Well, your umpire's like your boss. He might be wrong, but you got to listen to him. You know, that happens in life too. You know, your coach is the same way. Your coach could be your boss, and somebody might get promoted. Like somebody might play in front of you, but he's your boss, and you got to deal with that. And you just got to work to get better. Same way when you're in the workplace in life. But communication's the key too. You got to talk. The more you talk, the better things are. Even on the baseball field, like the fly balls that fall between everybody, you got to talk. The more communication, the better. And I always say you can never talk too much out there.
Yeah, and also too, when I did some coaching, you know, I always told the kids, you know, baseball is a game of failure. You know, you can be successful 1 out of 4 times in the major league and be a multi-millionaire.
If you're successful 1 out of 3 times, you're going to play for money somewhere. If you will bet 1 out of 3 times your whole life, you're going to play for money.
A little grounder on over. Throws him on out. Nice play by Kurzel on that one. It was Hunter Peterson. So 1 up, 1 down brings up Jacoby Monroe. I keep getting it wrong. You know, and another thing too that I used to tell kids that are up the bat, you know, people always worry about hitting for average. Everyone's looking at their average. If I go 1 for this, 1 for that. But if you focus on things that you can help the team win, or things on like hitting the ball hard once a game.
Put it in play.
You know, 8 pitch at bat, moving the runner across.
And I know as a pitcher that bothers you. 8 pitch at bat. You're trying to throw straight, you keep falling off, you're thinking, come on. Another thing I remember as a pitcher, that you could be ahead 6-1, and if the other team has the bases loaded, they have the tie and run on deck. You know? Nothing's ever over.
You know, just those small things, you know, what can you control? Because, you know, it gets frustrating when you hit the ball hard and it goes right to somebody.
You know, and my son played college baseball, and one of the coaches in the fall, he had 2 books. You hit a line drive, it got caught, it was called a hit. You hit a blooper that fell in, it was called an out. And the averages amazingly worked out very similar.
Oh, I know, as my son as a pitcher, you know, he loved the clean innings to strike.
Yeah.
He loved the clean innings, you know, but, you know, and they all look clean when the guy hits a shot to center fielder and it catches it, you know, or someone makes a great play.
Right.
But, you know, those little bloopers that get through, look bad, he strikes him out. That was a nice pitch right there. So 2 outs now. So I was thinking of another question I was going to ask you with regards to kind of your playing and what you've seen, and it'll come to me. I had them all kind of, you know, listed out of things that you've seen. And now, John, what's Chase up to? I remember him as a left-hander.
He's coaching here.
Oh, is that what? Is that the one you were talking about?
Yeah, he's a first base coach. He likes it.
It's a little inside. I remember him, the left-hander, that team that they were on. They had a great team. He batted. I think they ran up against Lansing Catholic Central there in the regionals.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's hit well.
Oh, that's well hit.
He's got a beat on it. Oh, if he could have kept running.
Yeah, he looked like he slowed down a little bit.
Yep. I thought he might have. I think he wasn't quite sure where. They don't have I don't have the warning track out there, but he hit that well. I thought if he would have kept going. So it was a nice hit by Manzo. It's a double, 2-out double.
And Whitehall's new coach, Brian Peets, he's a real good fella too. I know him pretty well.
Yep, he coached over at Spring Lake. He played his baseball at Ferris.
Did he?
Yeah, he played Ferris. Got a couple kids play at the next level. One son played at Kelvin as a pitcher, and one son at Grand Valley, both pitchers. He pitched at Ferris before their D2 program. Through Title IX, they had to decide on what they could do, and they took that away. But just a super nice guy. You know, he first year here, he's trying to build some team culture.
It doesn't happen overnight, that's for sure.
That's a base. Is that a base?
That's going to score a run.
Going to see he's going to try to make them go. He's going to have they'll score a run here. So RBI single for Justin Jensen. Eli came in with the ERA of 1.9. Again, one of the top pitchers here in the conference and in the area. He's been that way for a long time. He's been that way for just a long time at all levels. And that whole family's been blessed with pitchers. Yes. OJ.
Yep, OJ. Funny story about OJ on this field here. During a game, he threw a pitch. It must have slipped out of his hands. It went over this backstop right here and went over everything. You don't see that very often.
Well, kind of like Wild Thing in that movie, Major League.
Yeah.
I've umpired for
and he just laughed about it. He had a great attitude. He just laughed about it.
I just remember kind of some of the, I would say the glory days, but back in the day with Jeff coaching and Little League and kind of going to the state, and also Jerry McDowell. And then White Lakes always had some really good teams when they combined Whitehall Montague.
You know, I was amazed when the Little League went to the state tournament 2 years in a row, and once Jeff Johnson was helping coach, and I didn't know who he was, and I had to ask Jeff Moss. I said, "Who's that guy out there working with those kids?" He said, "That's the superintendent at Montague." I said, "Man, is he good with those kids?" And then the next year it was Jerry McDowell. He was coaching, and he did a great job with them. So I was pretty impressed with those guys and their leadership.
2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, and that's another base hit there. Going to hold up on second. So Noah Morris, that guy right there, I was able to coach him for the longest time. And juniors, just a nice overall kid. Great attitude. You know, at that time he was still growing into his body, but when he was able to connect with one, he could hit it really far.
So right now it's 8-2, but the 8-6 is standing out there on the on-deck circle.
Yeah. That's how you think as a pitcher.
Yeah. You go, oh, man. Probably not the right way to think, but.
I was thinking of that Montague team again when Chase was on. They're going to throw on over. Got the hand in there. They had, I think they had Chase. They had Colton Blankstrom, who now is pitching over at down in Grand Rapids.
Davenport, I believe.
Davenport. Then you had Trey Michelson coming as a closer, who threw quite hard. You also had
Nick Moss. Cade Johnson.
Cade Johnson. That was quite a stacked team that they had.
Nick was probably one of the best overall players all around. I mean, he was a really good catcher. He was a good infielder, and right now he's at Milligan University. He's playing the outfield, and he's batting way over 300, but he's playing the outfield, and he's adjusted to all of that. And that's a true utility player that can play anywhere.
Strike swinging a little high pitch. Yeah, I was going to tell this story as umpiring. I umpired Nick quite a bit, and I've seen him play, and I knew he'd be successful at the higher levels. He was successful at Lake Michigan Community College. Just a good attitude. There's a couple 50-50 pitches that maybe when I was umpiring he didn't get. That was a changeup struck out. That was a nice pitch, off-speed pitch.
Yes,
there.
it was.
The strands too, but the Vikes pushed another across. But you could always just tell, he's always a good kid, and a lot of it has to do with coaching and parenting.
Yes. Probably equal.
And those as an umpire and the coach, those players that are good players that, if you got a 50-50 pitch that didn't go your way, either a strike three or you didn't get a pitch as a pitcher or as a player or a call, those players that are the upper level, they don't let that bother. They don't come to you or they don't shrug their shoulders or they don't cry about it, and they just play through it. Because like you say, adversity is like life is going to hit you. And as an umpire, you don't do it on purpose.
No. And I tell, like a catcher, I'll tell catchers, when an umpire misses a call, they're going to miss them. They're human. You go out and tell your pitcher, hey, you missed it, don't let it bother you. But you come back and you tell the umpire, good call, because they're human. They're human.
Yeah. Good to see you.
I was following an umpire I met here at a game once just to talk to him. It's somebody I knew, and I walked over, and he's getting into an old rusty pickup truck. He's no different than you or I. He's just out to make a little bit of extra money. He's not biased at all,
No.
And I think every high school player, any player actually, should umpire a youth league game just to know how it feels.
It's not the easiest thing.
No.
And last year, we were just talking a little bit about Eli hit a close play for a potential no-hitter, and us umpires, we don't know how many hits there are. Or we don't know any of that stuff. I don't really care.
You
I don't care what the score really is, any of that type of stuff. And it was a really close play. It was a bang-bang play, and we just the way it is. So we have a new pitcher here for Whitehall. Justin Jensen is. He will be coming in for Evan Thomas. Evan gave up 3 earned runs. 3 strikeouts, walked 4. Decent game for him. Had it going. Had that 1 second inning where he gave, but 7 kind of came through. But Justin Jensen kind of is going to come in. We have some different people at different parts over there, but Justin's a solid player.
Yes, Peterson scooted over to shortstop now.
Yeah. And we will have over at third base is Maiden Reisner. He's a sophomore. Looks like we got Cole up to bat.
Yep.
So it's always nice to see you out the ball games, Les. Swing and a miss. I'll have to mention though is, we see you, and I'll but I did send your picture over to the guys on the men's league, and got
I know some of those guys.
They all had a nice smile. They almost called you.
My phone doesn't ring anymore.
Well,
Brett Cagnier said, Brett, I'm ready. I can throw an inning or two.
Well, I'll tell you what happened, and I'll leave it at this. But, I was ready to retire myself because, as you know, there comes a time, that bounces that one up. There comes a time where when you're playing against guys in their early 40s, and a lot of these guys were ex-collegiate players, and your body is not 40 no more.
No.
And they walk some. And I was going to play last year, and then Link calls up and says, dude, you need to come and play because otherwise we're only going to have 8. You know? So I'm like, dude, I wasn't going to play anymore. So I showed up, and it was interesting. It was down at Davenport, and it was a doubleheader, and it was 90-some degrees. And interesting enough, it actually went really well. I went like 2 for 7, which was really nice. And I played about a half a dozen games, and the last few games weren't as good as I thought they would be. Fouled that one off.
No.
Oh, no, I thought he fouled that one off. I guess not. Just got Bass to catch it.
How'd you feel the next day after 2 for 7 of those? You had to sprint, you know.
And I actually made a nice catch and fell on my shoulder on that turf, and the shoulder felt terrible. My eagle felt pretty good going for 2 for 7. But the last few games was a reminder. I pulled my quad muscle like game 4, like the first inning, and I've never pulled a quad muscle before.
Oh, you probably didn't know you had one.
Well, I'll tell you what, I had to hobble out, and it hurt really bad. Let me tell you. Luckily, I know a few things about medications.
Yeah,
I was
right.
able to help myself out a little bit.
The ibuprofen.
And something a little bit better than that. But it was a ibuprofen-like type drug. So
I'll never forget, we were playing the legend Terry Kling from Muskegon was playing on my team. And on the way to first, he pulled a hamstring, and the ball went by the outfielder. And on his way to second, the other one pulled.
it's 8-2. So got a runner on second. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And he struck him out.
Way too close to take.
Yep. I'm not sure Cooper thought that was great. Cooper actually had a nice season on the gridiron. He got himself, he was all conference.
You know, I asked my son, who's an assistant here at Montague, I said, is Cole Moss, because he's a really good football player, really fast, is he the fastest guy on the team? He says, no, Cooper Bradley is.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. A little bit low.
Well, Cooper's legs are a little bit longer than Cole's.
Well, you know, I've watched both teams, Whitehall and Montague, because I try to keep up on both squads because of potentially doing this type of discussions. And, you know, I've just seen Cole, like so many dynamic open field runs, a little bit high on that one. And then, as you know, Cole made all area, or all region they call it. Back in my day, it was all area. What did they call it back in your day?
Yeah, I think it was all area.
I think back in my day, just said black and white. Gets past him. He'll not advance there. But I don't think they had color until the 90s.
They make the pictures from the 70s look older than they really are because they had color back then, but they opt not to use it.
Did they have helmets back then?
Yeah.
Les?
I remember my dad coached the Sunday League team. If we broke a bat, we'd put a screw in it and tape it and keep using it.
Did any ping pong come out? And there's a strike. So here we are in the bottom of 5. Wildcats up 8-2. Still beautiful. No wind to speak of. Looking at the American flag straight up. You could probably see it on your screen. The ball's high.
It's a beautiful day. This time of the year in Michigan, you can get some really crappy weather. When my son played, and your son played in fall ball, that's great weather sometimes, isn't it?
It is beautiful. I always wondered with the real fall ball why he walks them. So runners on first and second with 1 out. I just remembered some of the fall ball, you know, and thinking, where have you been all my life? I know a lot of times people play fall ball, but, you know, we played tennis and that was some of the stuff, but just fall ball. Think of all that travel ball stuff on Saturdays, April, when it's sleeting, sitting on a bucket. You got the 8 or 9 a.m. game. He fouls that one off. It's like a young man from Claybanks think of that one home. Did you recognize it? Did you recognize anybody?
From Claybanks?
Yeah.
There's 4 people out there. So.
Well, one of them got that ball. That's a little bit out. 1-1.
There are a lot of Thomans. This is the most athletic one that I know of.
Well, Jim and Christy's done a nice job. Jim's done a lot of work.
Jim said he gets his athletic ability from him. Christy said she gets it from her. He gets it from her. So
a little bit out on that one. So I remember what I was going to say is I remember the first time I actually met you. You probably don't remember it. And it was the local travel ball team was having tryouts. And I remember it was over at the Whitehall JV field. And I came over there because I did a lot with it.
I do remember seeing you in the dugout standing there.
Yeah. And I remember it was hot as heck because it was like August. So they run the players advance at third and second with 2 outs now. And I remember seeing, and you were, and it must have been maybe 10, 12 years ago, and you were just throwing batting practice after batting practice after batting practice. And I was like, I don't know if we gave you any money.
Nah, people ask me.
I got $5 if you need $5 from it.
I said, I'm still pretty effective at 46 feet.
No, it was from the big field. It was the big field. I don't know if you were up a little bit, but
I might have been up a little bit to make sure I got it there.
so runners on third and second. Justin's been pretty effective here. Little chopper over. Oh,
Finds
that's
a
going to
hole.
get through. That'll
It's the seeing
score
eye
2.
single.
So we'll run the score up to 10. So it'll be 2 RBIs for Eli.
They didn't have this back when I was a kid either. Does courtesy runners for the pitcher and the
No.
catcher. The first time I played a game that was only 7 innings, I think this isn't really baseball. We used to play 9 all the time.
Well, that's one of the other things that changed. Well, you know, part of the reason why they changed the bats to BB core was because of safety for the players and probably for the pitchers. Throw on over. Nice throw. When he got the
close.
hand in there. Nice call by Schloff.
Can you imagine what a major leaguer would do with a bat like this?
Oh, I mean, the exit velo for some of those. Yeah, Kurzel's up the bat. That one's out. So back when I was playing, they had the Eastons, the Black Berthas, the Eastons, they had the black and gold Eastons, and also they had a green Easton. A little bit low on that one.
You find those at yard sales nowadays.
You do. They were great. You know, and the thing on the team that was different is like, you know, you never had like swing and a miss on that one. Looks like you took a little something off that one. The thing is, you never had like even a bat bag. You just brought like your glove. You didn't even have your own bat because the coach had the bat. You know, and then I had hand-me-downs from my brothers. And you did have your own shoes. You didn't have to borrow any shoes or anything. So a little chopper over to Justin, takes his time, throws on over. That'll end the inning. So the Cats do put.
You know, nowadays I see kids that have bat bags that were as big as the equipment bag we had in high school.
Right.
And they're individual bags. They have 2 bats, extra shoes, you know, gloves.
But that's a little bit different, you know, now that people have their own bats, you know, $400 bats. You know, I won't go too deep, but I don't want to get in trouble here. But, you know, everyone has like their waters, and parents bring the waters to them, you know, and they bring all the different things. And I remember my dad coming to the games all the time, but I don't remember my mom ever making many games. And not that my mom or someone, my dad came to a lot of the games. I don't remember my parents ever going to any away college games. I remember my dad coming to the home games. But now it's obviously we're live streaming this. You got Game Changer. You can see things.
That's really changed the game. Game changer too. You know, they're really strict on the pitch council high schoolers, and they have to use Game Changer, or else they have to fill out a state form to hand it to the umpire before the game, or hand it to the other coach. And the Game Changer really makes that a lot easier. If you Jeff Johnson's doing it back here, he does a great job on it.
Yeah. Well, also too, back then, you know, not to go back how the games changed, but you know, I played summer ball 1 year, I remember. But see, football started so early, or at least I remember, you know, and then once football started, you know, I want to have somewhat of a summer. And, you know, football started, and then basically your summer's over. You know, so I love that change of from sport to sport to sport. But now, you know, a lot of times kids start to specialize early
Right.
and play so much, and that's why a lot of arm injuries, you know.
There's a special place for you somewhere for doing all you do, but unfortunately it's in an institution somewhere.
Ethan, the song is up for the Vikings. That's a nice
Breaking
ball there for a strike. He throws that very effectively for a strike. Ooh, the same one. Swings and miss on that one. He's given up 3 hits so far. 2 runs on 3 hits. Montague's got 10 runs on 6 hits. You had a half a dozen errors between the two teams. Not the cleanest game. It's a high fastball. That's why with 2 strikes, a lot of times pitchers are taught to come up with a high fastball. Because, you know, as a hitter, man, that looks so tasty. And the very worst are going to follow it off just like that. Is that where you went with it a lot of times?
You know, that's one thing. High schoolers, they want to strike somebody out so bad. With 2 strikes, you should waste one. Actually, change the eye level, they call it. You know, throw a breaking ball in the dirt. But sometimes they'll throw it right down the middle, and sometimes they'll get a strikeout out of it. But that's not what you want to do.
Well, yeah, a 2-strike single or 2-strike hit.
I don't like seeing those.
No one likes it.
And I did the same thing.
The coach's hair, you pull it out. The question I was going to ask you, what was your best out pitch, Les?
Well, a breaking ball after I throw one behind the guy. I remember my catcher was from Grand Valley at the time, and I threw one behind him, and then I saw him laughing with my catcher. They were both laughing, and then between innings, I asked him, "What were you guys laughing about?" I told him, "Hang on, I don't know where the next one's going either."
So Ethan's battled back to a 2-2 count. Nobody out. We are at the top of 6, 10-2 ball game.
You always rely on your catcher to do your thinking, and nowadays the catcher relies. He usually gets signals from the coach on what pitch to throw. They never did that before either.
Foul that one off.
I saw Eli out here shake off 6 signs one at bat.
Well,
I'm thinking he must have went through them a couple times.
They didn't see him.
And then he threw a fastball for strike 3.
Yeah, that's one of the ways the game's changed also, the high on that one. That's how the game's changed also. So I caught most of my time. And then as a senior, I got put to the outfield. And that was great because we used to call the own pitch. I mean, looking at the batter, what his swing was. He had a long swing, short swing, where to go. Ooh, that one strikes him out on that one. So 3-2 breaking ball for a strike. 1 up, 1 down. Brings up Emmett Heck. He's playing short here. He's a freshman. Got a couple freshmen for the Vikings. That one's going to be
a big at bat for a freshman to hit one off Eli like that.
Yeah, he hung in there. Well, the thing is, too, if you're going to bring up a freshman, you better play him.
Yeah, I agree.
Makes no sense sitting someone on the bench. So 1 out. I think that's a single. I don't know what Jeff will give him.
That'll be a single.
You know, he hit the ball hard. His backhand. Let's see what he does. I always find it interesting, depending on things the way they are, but brings up Matt Krakowski. He's a linebacker for the Vikings. A little bit low. So tell me about all the pitches you had. You had obviously a fastball, 4-seam, 2-seam, changeup, breaking ball.
All I had, I tried to throw a knuckleball and it didn't work, but I pushed off with my 2 fingers and it would drop sometimes. But I didn't like throwing it with somebody on third base, but the catcher always wanted me to throw it because they wanted it in the dirt.
So did you ever get gunned? Did you ever get gunned?
No, they didn't have guns then.
Right.
But my catcher from Grand Valley said I threw as hard as anybody on his team.
Could be 2? 1 over 1?
1? Yeah. Nope.
No, he's safe. Good call by Paul.
Paul was a good player himself.
Oh, yeah. He, as you know, left-handed pitcher. He actually has lots of accolades over at Hope College. So I was talking about my own self. I was thinking of there's only 3 pitchers actually that gave me butterflies as a batter. One of them pitched here at Montague, which was Bob Trevino. Bob, big left-hander.
Yeah. Played with me too.
Yeah. Probably sat in the mid-80s, touched probably upper 80s. What I always remember about Bob is his fastball had so much movement on it. Swing and a miss. And his fastball always cut out. So I always knew that I had to go to right field with it, but he just always threw so hard. He was one of them. The second one, and I know you know who this is Bob Cavanaugh.
Oh yeah, yes.
Bobby Cavanaugh, Oak Ridge.
Yes.
Drafted by the Toronto Blue Jays. Played for Central Michigan. Played a year for, I think, in the minors. That's a nice pitcher.
I believe he started the strike season. When major leaguers were on strike, I think he ended up pitching a game.
And he, was lucky. I was a sophomore playing up for Whitehall, and I was batting 8th, so 8th or 7th. So he didn't throw me any of his off speed, but swing and a miss. Struck him out, and that'll end the season, or end the inning. So we're going to go to bottom of 6. So with Bob, it was interesting. And I only saw him twice, and the nice thing, so I actually put the bat on the ball both times. So to me, that was a hit.
Yeah. I was talking to Emmett, who got that hit this inning. His mother, I know his mother, and that hit, just a foul ball off Eli Peterson, I said, is good. And then he gets a hit. So that's great. When he's a senior, I'm sure he's going to be a force.
And then the last person I had give me butterflies was a Jeff Hoffman.
Oh, yes.
If you know who Jeff Hoffman is.
Yes.
And people who never heard of Jeff Hoffman. So Jeff Hoffman was a Fremont pitcher, and he was a junior when I was a senior. And he struck me out at least twice, if not 3 times, as a senior. And I had never struck out that many times in one game. And I remember driving home, or riding home on the bus, and I was just like flabbergasted. And what I remember about him is his slider. He must have threw hard too. The thing about Jeff Hoffman was, for those who don't know, he was drafted by the Yankees in the 14th round. He played at Ferris, and then he went to Vanderbilt and played at Vanderbilt. Drafted by the Yankees, was in the Yankees organization all the way up to Double-A, did really well. And unfortunately, the sad thing about Jeff is that they found him passed away in New York in a hotel room. He died from an arrhythmia, cardiac arrhythmia, because he had cardiac inflammation at a young age. And so he passed away. They have like a memorial for him at Fremont. So he was high up on the Yankees organization. And that's just something that we had similar with Ty, forgot what his last name was over here. A young person over here in Montague. I forgot what his name was, but a young athlete here, dying young of athletes that happened with the cardiac arrhythmias. So that was the 3 people. And I told that story too. It follows that one off Dylan Bailey. So I told that story. I told not that story, the Troy Hoffman story, but I told that to Link Michelson. I told Link only three pitchers that I faced gave me butterflies, and Link was a little bit.
Are you taken aback by that? Was he?
Link looked at me kind of sideways. Nice base hit by Dylan over there.
Link made a lot of money overseas.
Yeah, Link's very successful, but unfortunately for him, so interesting enough, about 2,000 young people in the United States die a year from cardiac arrhythmias. They just suddenly die, and that's why we have defibrillators in the gyms now. That happens about 2010 or so, but that happened. Ty Swihart is his name. That's what I'm saying. If you know Ty, Ty was a young throw on over, got up. So that's why Ty had a genetic condition that they found out after he had passed away. He was like probably 15 or 16, a Montague student. He played for me as a coach. But that happened to Troy Hoffman Gets past, it gets down, and he'll make it in there pretty easy. So runner at second, now 2 balls. But anyways, I told that to Link probably a couple of years ago when I was playing with him. And that's just the way it was. I just don't remember. I don't remember Link being that intimidated by Link. Not in the sense that he wasn't successful against me, but I just don't remember. And Link was looking at me. Again, Link did really well, as you know. Link played 10 years professional baseball. Next to Jacob Bushberger, you know, is probably one of the most successful Montague pitchers ever. Ground ball over. The heck, gobbles it up, throws it on over. Moves on over to third for Bailey. So one thing about Link, another story, I'll let you comment on it. So Link is actually in the record books for throwing 2 consecutive no-hitters for Montague. And Link, I was telling him that he was in the record books because I did this broadcast last year and brought up his name. And he says, you know, I was 1 pitch away from having 3 consecutive no-hitters. And I said, well, you know who broke up your 3 consecutive no-hitters? I think he might score on this one, and he does. Oop, it was close. So they put another one on there. So Link says, I don't know, who was the one who broke up my 3rd consecutive no-hitter? I said, yours truly. He says, BS, but he didn't say BS. He said the real word. I'm not going to say it on air. And I said, yeah, it was in the county game, actually, that we had. So I actually had to show him the clipping of it. He hung a curveball in my face, and I remember depositing it over the shortstop's face. So of course, that got his goat again, too. But interesting thing about Link is that even at the age of 60, he can still bring it.
Oh, yes.
Curveball in, ground ball over the
He
head.
would dominate these guys right now.
And it's safe. Bounces that one over. So he would. I mean, Link.
He really knew the game.
He still knows the game. He throws. I mean, those guys, they usually take a group of guys over to Arizona to play like ex-major leaguers, and they do really well. Link throws 160 pitches, 170 pitches a game, multiple innings. And Link probably throws 75, 76. He will maybe walk 1 in 7 innings. You know, it is amazing to watch someone of his caliber hit the ball, pitch the ball. He's probably the Les Gowell of 10 years old. It's just amazing.
I had great talks with that man, I'll tell you. He would play with us in Muskegon, and the next week he wouldn't be there. And they said, "Where's Link? He's out on the East Coast." Somebody would call him, and they'd pick him up because he was so good.
And he hit by pitch, he'll go over. And then without Link, I got to bring up the recent passing of his dad, Charlie.
Yes, Charlie was a mainstay of his coaching in this conference.
So hit by pitch. We got runners on first and second. I know we're having a great conversation, and we went probably a little bit longer. I know you want to get over to the JV game.
Yes.
And we'll end up here relatively soon. But just some great conversations. Love having you here talking about
the
baseball.
relationships you make in sports and baseball, they're everlasting. With like Kurt Heisinger, you know, Kurt was he played catcher and third base, and once he was playing third base, and he came out between innings.
That could be 2. And it gets past him.
Oh, the game will be over right now.
Yeah, it looks like it will be.
Kurt came out and he had all the catcher's gear on. I said, I thought you were playing third. He says, I am. Do you see how hard they were hitting you? he went through all the trouble to put all the catcher's gear on, head out to third base. Well, they were hitting me pretty hard, you know, and he's going to knock them down with his catcher's gear.
So that it will end the ball game because the 10-run rule. A little chopper over there, but so we'll probably have about a 20-minute intermission. We'll run some of our sponsors over here. But I want to mention a little bit about Kurt and about him, and if Les probably has some few final words that he wants to share. But Kurt again is, I think he had an opportunity to potentially go to Central, but he decided to go to Aquinas. And you talked to those folks down at Aquinas, Coach LeMange. Coach was, I think, Kurt's roommate over there. And people know Whitehall baseball down over there quite a bit. Kurt's in the Whitehall Hall of Fame, and also still holds most of his All-American over at Aquinas, and holds most of their records still at Aquinas.
He's a great hitter. And I was helping Brian Wright coach at Shelby, and I was helping Bruce Brimmer coach the girls at Shelby. I'd call Kurt to see what he would recommend. And he said, about as far as hitting, he says, have them put their bat on their shoulder and just lift it up a couple inches. As you take the bat and stick it out where the strike zone is, and you bring it all the way back, it's going to go right to your shoulder. And you always hear people say, get the bat off the shoulder, where that's where Kurt wanted it, but just raised up a couple inches. But Kurt, he knew hitting. You know, he played independent league, I believe, in North Dakota.
He played independent league with Brad
Van Bergen.
Van Bergen. And Brad would tell, as you know, Brad was a longtime coach here before the change this year with Warren. And Brad actually played with us down over there with Link and Trigg and Brett. Brett knows the guys, and then also David Miller. And some of those guys from the 98, 99 team. But Brad
were they good
told
or
some
what?
Stories. They were really good.
That was the best high school baseball team I ever saw.
Well, they hold not that particular, well, the 98 team, but the 99 team, as I was mentioning, holds the home run record still. But they had Josh Robart was on that team, David Miller.
Fred Hall.
All those different teams. Again, they lost in the final 6-4 to Orchard Lake St. Mary's in the finals. Again, Orchard Lake St. Mary's is always powerful.
You know, what I find it kind of amazing is I played with Brett Cagney, and looking back at the stats, he had stats that are just a little bit better than Nate, but Nate had the head part of it. He could speak Spanish, and that really helped him, I believe, probably with Pittsburgh with Jim Tracy, the coach there, in the locker room, because he can talk to the Latin American players.
Well, it's interesting that you know that. I know his dad and Brett. Again, I talked to Brett. Brett's a very he still catches. He catches for Link. He plays in a bunch of men's leagues. He played at Australia for a while in the professional leagues over there. Very quiet guy.
Oh, very quiet. That's the difference between him and Nate. Nate was a little bit, I don't know, he was outgoing and kind of an extrovert. And Brett, he played with us sometimes. He'd go in the dugout, and you wouldn't even know he's there. And then he put on his scrubs and he head over to the hospital because he worked there. But he was so quiet.
He still is. Still is. I was sitting in his truck, was it last year? No, 2 years ago, when we had a rain delay down at the men's league, and got to know him just a little bit more. I was talking to him about his dad, because I know his dad Tom pretty well. And but those guys still can bring it. They picked up a bunch of D1 guys, the old ex-D1 guys, and they still play to win it. And I guess I don't want to say hopefully they don't call me and need me, but it's a lot different when they say they need you and you haven't really swung a bat in a while. It's just you don't really want to embarrass yourself. You know what I'm saying? You don't mind it, you just don't want to embarrass yourself. But anyway, so
you want to drive home in your car, not an ambulance.
That's what I always tell myself. I tell myself, 1, I don't want an injury that's going to cause surgery. 2, you don't want to embarrass yourself, and 3, you want to have a good time. So
yes,
those are the order that when I go down and play. But I'm grateful that you get the call and I've got to play, and I got to play with my son on the same field a couple of years ago. And the reason I was able to do that is one game we play against the open division, which is all ages. So one game they needed someone to pitch. My son got to come and pitch, and I got to play out in right field. And the first pitch of the game, someone hit one out to me when he was pitching, and that was probably the coolest memory I had.
That is cool.
I got to so he got to pitch, and he got the bat some too. Obviously, he didn't get the bat because he's a PO when he's playing college, and he got to play some out there, make a really nice catch, and got to bat some against the Grand Valley pitcher, and went 1 for 1. So he got a lot of fun also. And but anyways, those are again, we all have these memories. Whether you've played this game only through Little League, or you've played them through Pony League or juniors, what we call it, or you played them through high school, or you played them through college, or you played them like you, Les, who played through countless games to the men's league. These are the memories that you always have.
I likewise played with my son a couple games, and that's pretty cool. I pitched and he played second. And I remember turning to him and just smiling at him, pointing at him. You know, those are special memories.
And we always appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you coming on here. And maybe we'll have you come for the Friday Night Lights game. And you can sit in with Rolando Patino.
Lance.
Lance, you know, and talk a little bit to some of those folks from the Muskegon area. You can hear some of your stories. Because that Marsh Field is basically home to you.
Yes.
You know, lots of good memories.
35 minutes from my house in Shelby to Marshfield.
And again, Marsh Field is the oldest living minor league ballpark in Michigan. You know, and to play there under the lights as a ball player.
You know, you and I might have taken it for granted, but to a young kid playing under the lights there, it's a special moment. It really is.
So I'm going to let you get going, so you can get over to the JV field, the varsity field of the JV game again. Hopefully we can do it again next year.
It's good to see you again, Ron. And I hope you keep doing this. I hope you keep umpiring too.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes. We'll see if they have us back.
All right. Thanks a lot. See you, Ron.
All right, we'll be back probably in about 10 minutes for the call of the second game. All right, we're back here getting ready for game 2 of the doubleheader. Montague took the first 12-2. Bill, I'm not sure if you want to give us a little starting lineups, at least the batting orders.
Well, we've got for Montague, who will be the visiting team in this game, we got batting first is Bradley, second Moss, Toman is batting third, cleanup at DH is Peterson, pitching is Harriman's, Kurtzelat is batting fifth, Pendle sixth, Bailey seventh, Johnson eighth, and Auger is batting ninth.
Yeah, starting for the Vikings on the mound is a freshman. Kelly, Braden Kelly.
Yep, Braden Kelly.
He's actually decent. I was behind the plate when he pitched last week against Manistee. Gave up a few runs. Tall fella. So Cooper Bradley leads off again for Wildcats. First pitch. Strike right down the middle.
Yeah, Braden Kelly stopped out to our show with Joel Zamaya. Joel Zamaya gave him some pitching tips.
All and a signed baseball.
Yep.
Comes Kelly. Skies that one up. Peterson's got a beat on it. Can of corn, we call it, in center field. Puts it away. So 1 up, 1 down. I was talking to my son Christian, who pitched for Whitehall, also pitched for Siena Heights Saints. Asked him, I said, got to be a little bit nervous. I could never be a pitcher, but I said, you got to have a little bit of nerves. He says, yeah, usually the nerves is the first pitch, first batter. If you get that first one, things go a little bit better. Brings up Cole Moss. Breaking ball in for a strike. You can always kind of tell with a pitcher, you know, if they got it. Usually that first inning. High fastball. Want to thank Les Gowell for coming in and telling us some stories, some laughs, a little bit about life. Baseball will teach you about life. Skies that one up. That's playable. Ooh, foul ball. It's a tough play for Peterson. Hit the heel of his glove, popped up. Not sure if you could see it on your screen. It's about 10 yards foul. Moss will live for another day. Talking to Les Gowell. Nick Moss getting ready for tournament baseball. Got one more weekend of regular season, battling for that top spot at the ACC conference at NAIA, Appalachia. Comes downside. That was a breaking ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 0-0 early in this second game. Shadows starting to come on the field. Tomahawks that one foul. Beautiful night for baseball. Weather's starting to break here, Bill, for baseball, spring baseball here in West Michigan. Sidearm runs the count full.
A little shadow forecasting over the infield here.
Think of all the travel baseball on a Saturday where you got the 8 a.m., 9 a.m. game and it's windy and cold.
Yeah. Lots of fun.
Payoff pitch. Fouls that one off. Looks like a former Staten Street singer takes that one home from Montague. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, no 1 on. And he gets that one over. Peterson's got a beat on it. Makes the catch. Just missed that one for a gap. Got a little bit under it. Moss becomes the second out of the inning. brings up Tolman. Had a successful career as an athlete, Fletcher Tolman, for the Wildcats. Curveball, did not like it. 1 ball. Kelly's got a bright future here. It's a base hit. Nice hit. Went right with it. You can tell why he's up on varsity as a freshman. He's got good composure. Mixes his pitches well. Gives up the first hit of the game. So 2-out single by Tolman. Brings up Peterson. Peterson's sporting I don't want to say a full beard, but he's got more hair on his face than I've got on my arms and legs, safe to say. I was known as the hairless wonder in college.
Really?
Smolens don't have a lot of hair. I'm Ron Smolin with Bill Welch, if you happen to listen. Line shot to short. Could have went to second, but goes to first. Retires the side. So it brings us to the bottom of first. It is Montague 0, the Vikings coming to bat. So we're going back to thanking our sponsors here. Makes all this possible. David W. Duesenberry Sr. I want to be your real estate advisor. Dave's been sponsoring this for a long time. Don't forget Gary's Restaurant and the Chamber. The Chamber's back. Gary's is known for more than just breakfast. Go to the Chamber. North Groves Brewers. Get yourself a fine brew and live music. Don't forget they have live music this summer, and you can sponsor. Shepherd and Shepherd, attorneys at law. Matt Shepherd, take care of you. Shoreline Foot and Ankle, Dr. Smolin, Cavo, Pepperella. Grow with Mario. It's not a greenhouse, it is a lending agency. Go, thank you. An Ironmen. Indoor football arena. Come and see them. Cadena Bros Pizzeria on Heights Ravenna Road, Fruitport. We appreciate all of those. Billy says really good wings.
I haven't tried them. I'm sure they are good.
He would know. Cole Harriman's is on the bump for the Wildcats. Cole has done a nice job for the Cats. He's 1-1 on the season.
He's got that nice pitcher's build.
Yep.
Got kind of that quarter throw to the plate.
Tall. I've seen Cole play for a long time now. He was part of the local travel ball organization. Nice job as a basketball player. It was all conference this year.
Cole was on my first Rivals team that I coached.
Hard to believe. He's, by his parents probably say it's hard to believe he's senior now. Cody Manzo lead off. Cody had a great senior year also. He was all-conference football player for the Vikings.
Pretty good wrestler, too.
Yeah, 150 wins as a wrestler. Finished third in the state. Brian Peets was telling me how his wrestlers have kind of taken over the leadership for this team of his. Ball low. A lot of Petersons are wrestlers. Cody also catches. Caught the game, all right, umped. Swing and a miss. Big cut. One ball, one strike. Did you ever play on this field, Bill, or when they play in Montague?
Yes, we did play here.
I've got a great story for
Yep.
you. check swing. So when I played Pony League here, we called it Pony League. We didn't call it juniors back then.
Yep, we called it Pony League as well.
I was an outfielder, and the field wasn't as nice as it is now. Tried to sneak a fastball by him, but it was a little bit out. 3-1. And I always remember, you know, I said, you know, when you outfield, make sure you charge the ball. And there's a few landmines out there in the outfield. And it's the lower part of the zone. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And they always seemed to hit a bad hop when I was charging the ball, Bill, and it always hit me where the sun didn't shine.
Ouch.
Fouls that one off. And the ladies out there just won't understand what it's like,
Right?
as the gentleman's doing. He didn't wear a cup as an outfielder. And that's what my earliest memories of playing on this field. Multiple times that happened. That one's out, so he walks to the leadoff batter. So brings up Justin Jensen. He had a nice hit there in the first game. So Cody is a threat to steal. He's DHing for the pitcher, Kelly. Oop, fouls it off. Bunt and run, I think he had. So I was walking by, I saw Brock Morningstar's dad, Burl, over there. Brock's having a good time at college.
Yep. He's
Playing
enjoying.
collegiate
Yep.
baseball, potentially basketball. He was a heck of a 3-point shooter for the Vikings. Bill, you were saying he's looking to potentially play basketball.
Yeah, he's looking at
Throw ball
playing.
down. What's going to be a delay? He potentially has him. Oh, he missed the slide. Joe was right on it, so Joe Stein is on the bases here. So what happens a lot of times as an umpire, the fans will think because the ball got there before the runner that he's automatically out, but sometimes a good base runner will elude the tag. That's what I think happened there. So runner on second, nobody out. And he pops it up. Yeah, I was going to say, you got to let the pitcher get that one. So big out for the Wildcats there. That's a difficult play for the catcher.
Yep.
And you heard Coach Moss over here yell, Cole. And as Les Gallo was talking about in our talk with him, is communicate. You can't over-communicate.
That is correct.
Brings up Noah Morse. It's a little chopper over there. They'll bring a runner over. Oop, bobbles it.
Nice.
That'll be an error over to Auger. So runners at the corners. So that was a tough play. He knew he had to hustle with a left-handed batter over there. So one of the classic examples of wanting to throw the ball before he caught the ball. Wouldn't you say, Bill?
Yep, absolutely.
So it brings up Evan Thomas. Throw on over to first. Nice stop by Pendle. Playing first today in the second game. So we got one out. Runners at the corners. Vikes would sure like to put one across to grab a lead here. First of the day. And they chopped and they will. Tough play, nice throw over there. Oh, nice play.
Oh, great play.
Nice play by Johnson. Now, he had to go in the hole. I don't know if you could see it.
He had a lot of range on that play.
Now, Thomas is a big fella. Plays first base and pitches, so it doesn't necessarily run that well. but he's still a great play by Johnson. So 2 outs. Morris is at second, brings up Ethan DeJean. So Vikings push across the first run for a 1-0 lead. So check swing for a strike. So Bill, as we're watching this, you've met some pretty famous baseball players. Joe Zamaya here last weekend.
Yeah, Joel Zamaya was a great guest signer for us. Down to earth guy, told a lot of stories.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here, runner on second. Oh, pickoff play. Close.
Yeah, he was telling me the toughest hitter that he had to face in the majors was Paul Konerko. Said even though he threw 104 to him, he could turn on his fastball in a minute.
Yeah. That one's down. Nice stop by Tolman. So that's the type of stuff. Bless you. Someone's sneezing so hard I could hear it in Shelby. That's what I love about meeting folks like him and Lou Brock.
Hearing the stories, right?
It's the outside corner.
Yeah, but I picked him up from the airport, so I was able to chat to him about a lot of fun stuff.
I remember our time meeting Denny McClain and Larry Foster. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Curveball in for a strike, so he strands the guy at second. So the Vikes push across 1, take the lead here. So we go top of 2. The Vikings 1, Wildcats 0. So again, taking the time to thank our sponsors. Don't forget Gary's Restaurant, Josh Chamber over there. They have Wagyu steaks now, so go over there. North Grove Brewers, lots of great live entertainment, different types of entertainment. You could be a sponsor. Inquire with North Grove Groovers about that. Shepherd & Shepherd, longtime sponsors of youth sports and high school sports, so think of Shepherd when you think of law. Shoreline Foot and Ankle, whether it's ankle surgery, foot surgery, toenails, turf toe, go to Shoreline. Grow, go with Mario. I always think grow, but I'm not sure why that is, Billy. That's probably what it is. Don't forget the Ironmen. You want some great arena football entertainment. Come down to that. And Cadena Brothers Pizzeria. Great wings. It's more than just pizza. It's a good time. So don't forget about our sponsors and Dave Duesenberry. You need real estate, you need a house, or you want to sell, think of Dave. So again, we want to thank the sponsors. And don't forget Bill's Card Shop.
Bill's Lakeshore Golden Cards and Collectibles. We actually announced our next signer.
Lance Parrish.
Lance Parrish.
Wow.
That's a big one. That'll be our biggest signer that we've brought to town.
Try to get some good stories about him.
He's my childhood idol, so for me, I'm be a little starstruck, I think. But
Yeah.
I'm excited.
So brings up Kurtzel. Now this is impressive. Freshman starting off, instead of a fastball, comes out with a breaking ball for a strike.
One of Chase Kurtzel's favorite Major League Baseball players is Randy Johnson.
Interesting. Another breaking ball for a strike. Kurtzel's looking around. That's what I like about him. Looks around, cracks the neck, gives himself his own adjustment. 0-2. Fastball, another breaking ball. Oh, another breaking ball. A little bit inside. He's looking at Coach Moss. Coach Moss is sticking there, smiling. Moss is looking back, smiles. Got another Jeff Moss story for everybody. Includes Nick Moss. 1-2. Fastball, fouls that one off. That one's over at Lamus, Lamus Road. Young lady picking that one off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Vikings up by 1. Swing and a miss, strikes him out, hits the ground, so he's going to throw on over. So strikeout for Kelly. It's his first strikeout. Brings up Eli Pendel. Solid football player. Looks like a big turns on that one. It's going to get past him. It's one hopper. They thought maybe it was gone, but it'll be a stand-up double. So a 1-out double. Came with a breaking pitch, just turned on it. Pendle did a nice job of just waiting on that pitch and just...
Yeah, he waited on that, picked it up, and drove it.
Basically, you saw what Kurzel was getting, figured that's what he saw. So it's actually a good job of just waiting on it. Fastball gets by. It's a wild pitch. Gets by Eli, or gets by Ethan, excuse me, the showing. So tying runs at third base. 1 out. So Bailey would like to get him in here with a ground ball. Bikes would like either a pop-up or a strikeout. There's a pop-up.
There's your pop-up.
It's in play, actually. Oh, that's another thing that happened to Manzo over here. So again, that ball is going to be curving in because of the thing. So, but the thing is, it's a very tough play for a third baseman. He is looking at the fence. Of course, the Montague dugout's not going to tell him to get any help over
not
there.
at all.
So Bailey gets another life. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Fouls that one off. Bailey's got a nice mustache. Something reminds me of the 70s. Like Room 222 or maybe the Mod Squad. Ooh, strikes him out. That's a big strikeout for Kelly. Umpire said he did go on the check swing. So still a runner on third, 2 outs. He's not out of the way, so infield plays back. Brings up Johnson. Almost hits him. So steady diet of breaking balls for first pitches. I want to mix that up some. Gets past him. Oh. Oh, and he gets him.
Got him.
That was a bad. I probably would. Moss probably want to have that one back.
Yeah.
Didn't get past him. I think that's the thing. You just got to go. You just got to go on him. But he didn't get past him as far as he probably thought. Pendle's a first baseman. You know, bigger guy. So gets him on the out. Gets him on the tag. So we go to bottom of 2. Vikes still up 1 zip. So a couple things about our sponsors. I'll let them just play, and I won't necessarily have to say them. Is those folks, most of them have been supporting White Lake sports for a long, long time. Whether it's Little League, whether it's high school sports, whether it's just volunteering for things. These sponsors do things for them, and it's great that if you can go to there and support their businesses, and we appreciate them supporting this broadcast for us to bring you this rivalry. So we appreciate them. I want to thank them personally for sponsoring this broadcast, including Bill. Thanks for coming on, Bill, and doing this.
No problem. I am missing my son played JV, but I'll get plenty of opportunities to see him the rest of the season. So
let's talk about your other son, Miles. Miles Welch was playing, and now he will be the sports broadcaster for Muskegon Clippers.
yeah, great opportunity for him.
Then people don't know Miles is going to Michigan State to be a sports broadcaster, so it's a great opportunity. Swing and a miss.
Yep, he's enlisted into the he's in the Big Ten network program. He's been covering Spartan baseball this spring.
Noah Peterson's up to bat. First pitch, swing and a miss. Breaking the ball out. Noah Peterson up. He is a sophomore. Playing with his brother. I got to play up with my brother when I was a sophomore, Vikings. It's not as cozy as you think it is. Fastball for a strike. When I played, there was actually 3 sets of brothers. I had us, the Smolin brothers. There was the Lorenz brothers, Jeff and Greg Lorenz. Jeff was co-Mr. Baseball for Michigan. Then the Anderson brothers. Chopper over, bounces off, still has time, throws on over, and it's high, wild. So he's going to go over to second, and he'll take the extra base. So, and he gets in there safely. Closer play than I thought. So Noah gets to second. That'll be E5 on that one. But yeah, we had 3 sets of brothers. A couple of sophomores, a couple of seniors, then a junior, and then a senior. Coach Heisinger, Kurt Heisinger's dad was our coach. And my brother John didn't say too much to me. It's just the way it was. Bunt situation. That's out. Going to be a steal. Oh, he doesn't get the ball, so if he fields that ball, slides in safe, as you probably can't see on your screen. It's a close play. It was a one-hopper, Tolman. So Max Rukowski, runner on third, nobody out. Max Rukowski's up. Ball a little bit low. So 2 balls, no strikes. Hunter Peterson's on deck. Bounces that one up, gets past him, that'll score a run. That's a wild pitch, so Mike push another one across. A 2-0 lead. So 3-0. So back to some of the records here. Chris Andrews was a pitcher for the Vikings, left-hander. Back in the late 80s, graduated in 1990. He actually is in the record books for 8 shutouts for the Vikings. And he walks it a little bit low. So the Whitehall dugout has got something to cheer about this game. Last game, not so much, so. This brings up Hunter Peterson. Roman center field to make a couple of nice catches. Montague dugout, not so much, a few crickets over there, but it's a long game, can turn on a dime. And he was almost gonna run, but ball kind of got past him for a second. So who else, Bill, have you kind of ran into?
Oh, we've met Justin Verlander, me and Miles. Of course, Denny McClain. Dan Petrie.
Squares the bunt, throws on over. Denny McClain was very interesting. Again, Larry Foster was with him. Larry Foster, if you know, Larry was a longtime pastor at Lebanon Lutheran Church here in Whitehall. His son is the famous Tom Foster, Tommy Foster, musician in the area. Another ball. Cole having a little hard time finding the zone at the moment. Not missing by much. 2-0. But it was his first roommate with the Tigers. That one's right down the middle. 2-1. So what's interesting is that Larry actually had himself a coffee in the big leagues. Pitched an inning or two. People don't know that. It was Denny's first roommate. Tries at it, and actually,
Yeah.
whoops,
I was able to reunite.
safe. Go ahead.
I was able to reunite them two after they hadn't seen each other in years. And Larry Foster thought it would be funny to bring Denny a Pepsi because when Denny was in the bigs, he used to always ask for a Pepsi. So that was a fun moment.
High ball. So runs the count to 3-2. Yes, that was very nice. Larry came in. It was very nice. When Denny's wife passed, actually, they met and Larry was able to officiate the funeral for Denny's wife.
Yep.
Swing and a miss, strikes out. So first out of the inning. Larry has since passed. One of the nicest guys. It was funny about Larry, very humble. I grew up with Tom Foster. He was one of my very good friends in high school. And I remember going over his house and he had this encased ball that 68 World Series wins. And I never knew Larry played in the big leagues. Little chopper over there. Tough play. It's going to be a bouncer.
Oh.
And he gets on first. So the balls happen to finding Chase over there. Runners again at the corners. But the interesting thing about the Foster brothers, again, Tommy Foster, Mitch Foster, they had never mentioned that they knew I played baseball, they knew I loved baseball. They had never once mentioned that, hey, my dad played in the big leagues.
Huh. Isn't that something?
I never knew that. And Tom's dad never said anything. I knew that he was a minister. So it brings up Manzo. Runners at the corners. Jacoby's at first. Kukowski. And he runs. Delayed steal. Jacoby goes to second. But that was really cool. So I got to talk to Larry a lot about pitching. Larry pitched at Michigan State. In his time in the big leagues and his time in the minors. It was a strike-breaking pitch. So quickly out 0-2. Just ask Larry about, when my son was wanting to be a pitcher and how to get stronger, how to get better. Swing and a miss, strikes him out. A big strikeout for Harriman's. So brings it up for Jensen. A couple of big runs out there for Whitehall. I'd like at least to get one of them out there. Base hit potentially scores two. Big part of the game here. But Larry just said what he used to do, all the time. Just throw as much as you can. Ball out. Larry said he used to, if I remember correctly, used to throw rocks at like telephone poles and like telephone wires.
Yep.
And try to hit telephone wires with rocks with precision.
Yeah, he told me that story as well.
Breaking ball in for a strike. So quickly out 0-2 or 1-2. 1-1, excuse me. That's impressive here. 1-0 coming back with a breaking pitch for a strike for Harriman. Fouls that one off. So yes, have to be awake. Young lady living on Alice Street almost got hit on that one. She's got to be aware. So 1-2 here. See what Harriman's got cooking. Tries to sneak past the fastball out. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Room 222. It was a show from the 70s. I'm not sure if you remember that, Bill.
Nope, I don't remember that one.
The Rookies, Mod Squad, all those shows. The Flying Nun. That one's out. Didn't go chasing, so good at bat for Justin here. Wearing the number 1 for the Vikings. It's a payoff pitch. Does have an open spot for him. Swing and a miss, strikes him out. Big couple at bats, strikeouts for Harriman, so he strands 2. We go to the top of 4, the Vikes 2, the Cats 0. Top of 3, thank you. Billy's over there. So I want to say thanks to Billy Mann, doing all the electronics here with all the different cameras. He's our producer and our engineer. Billy is also going full-time with Bill's Collectibles at the shop here, doing all the sports stuff. So we appreciate Billy doing all this. And Billy Mann is really his real name. It's not his stage name. So it's good to know. These 2 fine fellas have all have actually the facial hair. I don't have any facial hair, so those folks got all that going on, so we appreciate that. So Kelly's been doing a nice job so far. He's given up a couple of hits, a couple of strikeouts. Pitch count is 23. Throwing 17 strikes so far. That'll get you awfully far.
Definitely a lot of breaking balls. I'd like to see him mix it up a little bit more.
Yep. Throwing a lot of breaking balls. Cutter Johnson leads off. He's playing short. Brother Cade is having a nice season for Christian Brothers down in Tennessee. Had a couple seasons over at Lake Michigan Community College. 3 former Montague players. Follows that one off. 3 former Montague players playing at the collegiate level. You got Cade there. You've got Nick Moss over at Milligan. And then you have Colton Davenport, Colton Blankstrom having a nice season as a senior. A couple of Whitehall players. Hits that one. Hunter Peterson's got a beat on it. Puts it away. He's 1 up, 1 down. Got Ryan Christensen, 2nd year at Muskegon Community College. Starting shortstop there. Then we mentioned we had Brock Morningstar at Aquinas. So numerous players here from both these squads taking it to the next level. Brings up Levi Auger. Breaking ball in for a strike. Him and Carter are the Alan Trammell and Lou Whitaker for the Wildcats. Fastball. Foul it off. Looks like a young lady from Whitbeck Road running after that one. Ooh, gets past Peterson there for 1 out. If that's a single or an error, we'll see how it is.
Hot corner's been tough on both sides.
They tried me that as a sophomore because I had a good arm. And then I was like, this is too much. I caught and I was an outfielder. Brings up the top of the order. For the Cats, Cooper Bradley's going to try to bunt. Puts it down. Got good speed. And puts him out. So
Did the job.
he probably wanted to kind of go over a little bit over more to the
Towards third.
but so brings up Cole Moss. So the story I had about him and Coach Moss was not necessarily him, but his brother Nick was Jeff Moss and I were coaching a minor all-star game in East Muskegon. Strike one, and Coach Moss has always had big trucks, like monster trucks. I remember they showed up, and Nick was 8 years old and had to get down from this monster truck. And Nick, being 8, you could say he probably wasn't the biggest fella. Ooh, gets a piece of that breaking ball. And what I remember about that game, it was a 24-22 game. White Lake had won. It was a football score, and that field had so many landmines in it because East Muskegon. And Ty Swihart, who has since passed because of he had a heart condition, threw one like from the warning track all the way to home. Ooh, a little bit low on that one. 1 and 2. He hasn't been calling that low strike, so that's fine. But he threw it like from the warning track all the way to home to throw a guy out. That's how good Ty Swihart's arm was. But those were the things I remember. I mean, if you hit a ball in the infield, strikes him out, breaking ball, strike 3. Strand's a runner on second, so we go to bottom of 3. The Vikes are fired up, and as they should be. Kelly has thrown a gem so far. So go to bottom of 3. Vikes still up 2-zip. So again, we want to thank our sponsors. Go with Mario, Shepherd and Shepherd, Shoreline Foot and Ankle, Gary's and Chamber Bar and Grill, North Grove Brewery. You can get more than just a fine brew there, but they have lots of local entertainment. We've played down there many a time, the Medicine Man. And also this summer, they have a nice stage. You'll bring a lawn chair over and you can sponsor to be a part of that. Go down there and talk to Jason about what that entails. But they have all types of different music. They got rhythm and blues, they got rock and roll, they got acoustic, all different types of music. It's a place to be for music in Montague. Again, we thank those sponsors. Leading off, we're going to have Noah Morse, Evan Thomas, and then Ethan DeShaw. Do you ever wonder why the plate looks like it does, Bill?
Yeah.
Well, it always didn't look that way. Actually, before 1900, it was really the size of a dinner plate. Swings and missed it down. Noah was mad at himself. He didn't really want that one.
So how did it change over the years?
Well, it was wood at one time. It was porcelain. Then over time, it got to be the size. And he fouls that one off. So 0-2. And then it was the size of actually, in past like 1900, like the 1910s and 20s, it was the size of the bag that we had. And they said, then they turned it to the size of the thing. Swings and strikes him out. So Noah won't be happy with that at bat. Didn't get the pitch he wanted, so strike out. Harriman's is happy with that. Brings up Evan Thomas. So actually then they made it the size of the bag, and then they turned it on an angle. And eventually they came to the size of the plate that we had here. So they realized that over time things had to change, and now we got to the plate that we have now. Fouls that one off.
And that's how it's called home plate, huh?
Yeah, and that's why they call it a plate, because originally it was a dinner plate. Fouls that one off. Lots of foul balls, lots of contact. 5 pitches, 5 strikes for Harriman's. He's dialed in.
Settling in after that rocky last inning.
Little inside. First ball of the inning. So far, Whitehall's got 2 runs. They haven't given, at least the official Montague score hasn't given them any hits, but I think there's probably one. Well, that was a good one. Throws it on over. Has got him. So they've gotten 2 runs on no hits. I can't remember. I think they've actually, yeah, they've had one that was pretty hard hit. But the official Montague score hasn't been as judicious with the hits. But we'll see how it goes. I can't remember if it's this. I know Jeff pretty well. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's given lots of errors out. Montague with 2 hits, 3 errors. A little bit low. But I bet you if I look at the Whitehall book, they probably have more.
Right.
Actually, the home field is, Ethan gets a strike here. 1 ball, 1 strike. So actually, officially, it's always the home team is the official book. Swing and a miss. But I will admit, though, it's been tough for Kurzel at third base. Ooh. Nice pitch.
Yeah, and I know you know it from experience just like I do. Mentally, I can eat at you, but you got to learn to shake it off and go after the next play.
That's right. Well, the ball finds you. What happens? You make it seems how the ball finds you. Swing and a miss, strikes him out. And that'll end the inning.
Got an update from game 2 of the junior varsity game, Whitehall Montague. Montague is on top 12-5 after the 5th inning.
So it looks like Montague's still hitting the ball. Whitehall's got a few of them.
Yep.
Just want to take a little bit of time. Kelly is still doing well. Talk a little bit about Nate McLeod. You know, Nate was a Gold Glove winner that year. The 2008 year was a special year for him. He committed 1 error in 149 games in center field.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's a nice little stat right there.
And he was the first Gold Glove winner for the Pirates since Barry Bonds won a Gold Glove in 1992.
That's big footsteps right there.
Well, to be able to be mentioned in the same
Yeah,
breath as Barry
right.
Bonds, and not in a negative.
No, no, absolutely.
Barry Bonds and peptides. I mean, you know, Barry Bonds
Hey.
and the other stuff, you know. But something to talk about.
You still got to hit the ball.
So, you know, and he also is known for that All-Star game, if you remember.
Yep.
He had that 11th inning throw.
Yes.
To because the American League was going to win the game, and he had that throw, if you remember.
Yep.
All of us from White Lake were watching it.
Yep.
Area. He ended with brings up Fletcher Tolman. Ooh, laid it up. He throws him out. Nice play by Jensen.
What a snag. Great play.
Hard ball hit by Fletch. Not much you can do on that. Last year, I remember a couple of those went for singles against Brock. Made a difference in that 1-zip ball game. You keep hitting the ball hard like that, then good things are going to happen.
They'll find the spot eventually. They will find.
Brings up Eli Peterson. A little chopper. But for his career, he played for multiple teams. We always remember him from the Pirates. And I worked with a couple fellows from Pittsburgh and I still do, and I always love to mention Nate McLeod. Fastball, finally mixing up a little bit. Gobbled it up by Peterson, throws it on over. It makes a nice scoop. Out number 2. And every time I've worked with people or met people from Pittsburgh, it's always my go-to.
Yeah.
And they think, basically, I think Whitehall is like Grand Rapids.
Yeah. Right.
I said, I hate to tell you, but it's a one-light town. and you know, Nate was over by Doug Drive, and he grew up that way, and high fastball. And what's nice thing Kelly's doing here, just to digress a little bit from Nate, first pitch strikes.
Yep.
As a pitcher, as a coach, if you can get ahead of the batter with first pitch strikes, fouls that one off, you are going to be very successful. And he's been doing that. But anyways, my brother lived over on Doug Drive, and he said he remembers seeing it. Nate with his dad, like every night out, pitching, hitting, just doing that type of stuff. And it's kind of cool to hear those stories. Hit that one well. But he's got no over there. He's going to in there for a double. For a 2-out double for Peterson. Waited on that breaking pitch. Drilled it, so brings up Pendle. But he ended up with over 100 home runs. He played again for Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Baltimore, Washington. 333 RBIs. Over 50 stolen bases. And that's going to be in for a hit, so that'll score a run. So he sliced the lead in half, a big hit, 2-out hit for Pendle. Wasn't a hard hit, but it did what it needed to do. So it fires up the Montague faithful and the dugout. So
it's a classic, just putting the ball in play, right?
So it brings up Bailey. Ball 1. A little bounce over to Peterson, takes it, throws it on over, and that'll get him out of the inning. So Montague does put 1 on the board. Brings us to bottom of 4. Classic rivalry game, Bill, 2-1.
Good game, yeah. This
Reminds
is
me
great.
when I was playing. Pitchers duel. So, Bill, who else have you had at the shop? Any other real famous people? I see a couple different. When I stopped in over there, you had some signed autographs, some people, some local stars, but you also had some other stars.
Yeah, we had William Bedford from the Detroit Pistons, Bill Lambier's a backup during the Bad Boys era. We've had Darrell Evans.
Oh, yeah.
Darrell Evans from the '84 Tigers. Kind of an underrated player.
What I remember about him is the black bat. Remember?
The black bat.
He always had the black bat.
Yep. Yep. We've also had Braylon Edwards, big-time receiver for Michigan.
Did Miles go and get something signed from him by chance?
Braylon Edwards? Yeah. No. No, he would not do it.
So speaking of Michigan, the national champs in basketball. It seems like a while ago, but it was not that long ago.
Yeah, it really wasn't.
They ran through the tournament, double-digit wins except for the UConn game.
Yep.
Tigers, 8-2 the last 10 games. Finally coming around a little bit.
Bats are finally waking up. You know, it's putting everything in the game together, right? That's how baseball is it's a timely game.
And I think that's part of it. Kevin McGonigal. First pitch is a ball. You know, he batting .317, top 15 in average for a rookie. You know, a little bit low. He hasn't been calling that strike all day.
Yeah, if anybody's looking for a Kevin McGonigal auto, we've got one at the shop. Give you a good deal.
There you go.
Hook you up.
You know what's interesting about him, and I've seen it talked about on the boards, it's the inside corner. This young man looks pretty good for a freshman. He actually pitches really well, too. Heck right here, this guy up to bat. It's a nice shot. It's going to be, it's going to be caught. Makes the catch. He hit it well, hung up a little bit. Nice play by, who do we got? Oh, we got by Cooper, actually made out there. But the thought is, if McGonigal, if he could have been up with the guys during some of those battles with Seattle, when they could have used a hit. Brings up Max Krukowski.
Yep, might have been that little extra spark they needed bat-wise.
They got these guys cooking down in the minors, that all these big, you know, prospects that ball's high, you know, and so it'll be interesting to see it. They think they're still a bat away. They probably need to make some things. They've got the pitchers. Little chopper over to Chase over, throws over, and he'll feel better about that.
There you go.
He needed a nice hop there. He needed a nice home field hop on that one, kind of a turf hop. They got it. Those in-between hops are tough, especially on natural. So 2 up, 2 down. Brings up Peterson. A little low. It hits the spot. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down. 2-1 ball game. That's a shot overhead over the Kurzel. Gobbles it up. And he's safe. Peterson runs well. He was honorable mention all conference as a linebacker for the Vikings on the gridiron. Also a wrestler. Brings up Jacoby.
It looked like Kurtzel's trying to make the throw before actually making the play.
That's it. That should be right to Moss. He should make the play. So the error goes to Knott. We go to top of 5. 2-1 Vikings. So next week, we're coming up on Thursday, the Wildcats We'll go to Mason County Central for a couple. Then they're at Calvin Christian.
Just ran into a couple of kids that are playing for Mason County. Said that they're having a 500 season so far.
Calvin Christian actually is a good ball club. They're 7-1-1. Beat some good teams. They beat Coopersville. They beat Unity Christian. So I think they're a solid club. Shelby's having a good year this year. I think for Montague, it's all going to come down again in districts. I think they're favoring the Lakes here. But it'll all come down to North Muskegon. You know, North Muskegon, it's always solid. They got, obviously, the big number one. But what can they do? Whitehall's played them tough that second game. And then Montague split with them, so it'll be interesting on how all that goes. Johnson up for Montague. That's a base hit, right up the middle. Leadoff single for Montague. Brings up Auger. You'd like to move this runner over at the very least to the top of the order. Ooh, gets past him and that's what Montague would like. Didn't even have to bunt him over. His job is to get that runner over to third if possible, so I'll probably try to bunt him. Looking over at Coach Moss. Swing and a fouled one back. It's the pitch he wanted. One ball, one strike. Ooh, fouls that one off. 2 strikes. Kelly got him to go fishing on that one. Tried to sneak a fastball by him, a little low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Oh, almost went on it. Runs the count full.
Good stop by DeShong there.
Montague bench up. Chatter. Pops that one up, that'll be foul. That one's over to Dog and Suds. Kelly with a pitch. It fouls that one off. Yeah, I'm impressed with Kelly, freshman.
Definitely it's calm and has a good demeanor out there on the mound.
Ooh, walks him.
Looked like a little outside.
A little outside on that one. It was close. Runners on first and second, nobody else. The Cats are threatening here. Yeah. Brings up Cooper Bradley. He was honorable mention football this year. There's not much you can do on that one. So on the kind of the wild pitch on that one, he kept in front of him, but runners are on third and second. Nobody down. Infield will be in on this one. Brian's called it. Ground, a foul ball. Bill and I having a private joke here, which is a lot of fun. Fouls that one off. So 2 strikes here. Kelly would like to get a strikeout here. Pop up, strikeout. Montague would like to get ball in play. Base hit, sacrifice fly. It's a wild pitch there. So a couple runs score here. And
Tough break for the Vikings.
so the Wildcats take the lead here on a wild pitch and an error. One ball, 2 strikes. It fouls that one off. Infield will go back now. And he gets a piece of that one. Fighting off that breaking pitch that he has. Now that one is a sweeper.
Yep,
Everything is a sweeper now if you listen to MLB baseball.
it is.
I had never heard of a sweeper until
No.
actually Miles had a true
Yeah.
sweeper, your son Miles.
He did. Yeah.
Jensen gobbles it up, throws it on over high, but misses him. So brings him off the base. So Cooper has really good speed. He didn't have enough time to correct himself, so that will be an error. So coach is going to come out and talk to his young pitcher. Because you don't want it to go out of, they put 2 on the board here. But if you're Whitehall, you don't want it to get out of.
Yeah, and I'm sure the coach's out there just, young freshman just calming his nerves a little bit and, putting a plan together to get that last out.
Well, they don't have any outs, actually, so.
Oh, we're still looking for the first out?
Yeah, so
Oh, we're still searching for the first out.
Yeah.
Bill's snoozing over here.
that's all right. You got low blood sugar, Bill. So we're in the top of 5 here. It's 3-2 Montague. Cooper Bradley's on first, so he is a threat to steal. You got Cole Moss up the bat. Montague has put 2 on the board here in the top of 5. Threw on over to first. The shadow now is all the way over the infield pretty much. There he goes. He gets in, hits him. It's 1 ball. Bradley on second. I like to move him over. Gonna bunt. Fouls off. One ball, 1 strike, nobody down here. He bunts it, great bunt. It's gonna be a base hit. It's a beautiful bunt by Moss. Only way they get him is if they basically hit it. So runners on the corner, still nobody out. Brings up Tolman. Last time he hit it hard to Jensen. Fouls that one off. Moss is on second. Bradley on third. Tolman's at the bat. Still nobody out. 2 strikes. Kelly would like to get it out here. Strikes him out. Big out for Kelly. Oh, and he throws it away. You saw it?
Not sure.
So I was trying to pick him off, but got a little bit too excited. Another run scores to the. You can kind of not see that over there. It's got 1 out. Oh, it hits him. Breaking ball. Didn't quite cut the way he'd like it. Kelly smiles over at the dugout. So a lot of times that'll happen. The guys will kind of laugh at each other. Laugh at your teammate when they get hit. Brings up Kurtzel. Fouls it off. I hear coach for Whitehall trying to settle the guys down here.
It's like Kurtzel missed a call there. Yep, sign.
Throw on over. We got him picked off. Yeah, that's what they rather have that to give up a run for an out.
Yep.
So Moss scores on the pickoff. So Moss is laughing. He said, "Didn't you look at me? I'm giving you the sign." So they put another one across. So it's 5-2 now, Montague. A little bit low. And that'll be a base hit. That's a gapper.
That goes to the wall.
Looks like
Just
he'll
about.
probably stop at 2.
Nice contact by Kurtzel there.
Right. So we got 2 outs. Kurtzel with a 2-out double. Brings up Pendle. Pendle's got 2 hits in this game. A little bit low on that one. And he skies that one foul. That went all the way to Blueberry Ridge. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down. Got one over. He's got a beat on it over there. I think Max has got a beat. Puts it away. Ends the inning, but the Cats put across 4 to take the lead 5-2. So we go to bottom of 5. Cats up 5-2. Big inning for Montague there. Hiram is still on the bump. All right, we're back. Top of the order for the Vikings. Ironmen has a lead now, 5-2. Brings up Manzo. Strike 1. That's another strike. One thing interesting enough, which is always tough for the batters, and I kind of remember this when I played here, is you play a little bit late. It's tough for a batter once it gets dark and it comes between sunlight. Fouls that one off. I don't know if you remember that at all, Bill.
Oh yeah, it's always was tough when you had the shadow half the field, you know.
Swing and that strikes him out.
Sometimes it would give the pitcher the edge or the hitter the edge, depending on where the sun was at on the field.
Brings up Justin Jensen.
Justin Jensen's been playing baseball for a while. He's kind of had an unlucky career with some crazy injuries along the way, but
That's a breaking ball in the dirt. We've been lucky today, Bill. Weather's been nice. I don't have any green going. It's a ground ball. It's going to be a tough one to get him. And he got him.
Wow.
Actually, nice play.
What a play.
Nice play by Auger. You can see that. He slid down, made the play, and Justin runs relatively well, and got him by a good quarter step. Didn't even see Joe Stein make that big of a deal about it.
No.
2 down, two down. It's a good defensive play. No, that one's fouled up. One hopper over to Minor Park. A little low. Hits the outside corner. No one didn't like that one. Shakes his head. Looks at coach. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gonna try that again, but then trying to get him to chase. No one to chase. At least last at bat. This one not so much so. If he gets his pitch. Swing and a miss, strikes him out. Not happy with it. Pounds the bat. That's a good inning for Cole. He's chatting at his teammates, fired up, as he should. What you want to do, Bill, as you know, if you have a big inning offensively as a pitcher, you want to come out and you want to shut down the opposition emotionally to put him down, and that's what he did.
Yep, that's how you stop the other team from getting anything going and keep your momentum on track.
So Kelly's still on the bump. He's only at 72 pitches, even after that 4-run inning before.
That's not bad.
Bailey will be leading off. We got to decide who the players of the game if we want to have an interview with the guys after.
That's going to be a tough one, huh?
Well, we got the information.
Couple.
It's easy to go with the pitchers, but there's other people who have hit the ball pretty well, so we'll have to decide. Obviously, this game is still going on. Still can be decided. We'll have to decide here. Maybe we'll let Billy Mann decide who the players of the game are. Billy's thinking of Cadena Brothers Wings right now, probably, I think.
That does sound pretty good.
You know. So Braden Kelly takes the ball, throws it on down inside. Montague bench is having a good old time. Chattering. Little inside.
Yeah, Whitehall's hoping for a quick inning so they can get back to the plate and hopefully get something going.
Wildcats like to add to this lead. It's high. 3 balls, no strikes. Top of 6 here. Got Jacoby at second. Little chopper over. It's gonna be a tough play. Oh, gets past him. Dylan's just gonna hang up first. Nice hustle by Evan over to get the ball. That was gonna be a tough play no matter what. Get the green light on 3-0. Cutter Johnson is up. He's got one hit today. He's 1 for 2. Kelly leads off with a strike. That one gets past Ethan. Bailey takes second. Swing and a miss. A little late on that fastball.
Yeah, big swing there.
Little outside on that one. Try to sneak past the fastball. Probably like the last pitch they swing and missed that, but it's a touch outside. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Bailey is on second. Pops that one up, out of play. Middle-aged man from New Era running after that ball. Hopefully he throws that one back in. Strikes him out on the breaking ball. It's the 6th strikeout for Kelly today. Most of them came early. Still battling. He's got a bright future for Whitehall as a freshman. Leads off with a strike. Brings up Auger. Had one of those memorable defensive plays. I'll be talking about it for a while. That's it well to the gap. We'll get another run in. That's a triple, at least a triple. Stand-up triple for Auger. It was smoked well. 6-2 for the Wildcats. Brings up the top of the order, Cooper Bradley. Infield still playing back. I thought they might have. Ooh, they try to bunt it. They're not going to do much. I'll let him. I'm afraid for the other runner. But that was he did a nice job of hitting that bunt on that.
Yeah.
On that breaking ball.
Yep.
Brings up Cole Moss. Cole's 1 for 3 in this game. He steals second on that one. Nice stop by Ethan. Didn't bite on the breaking ball. Still 6-2. 1 out. Runners on second and third. Foul ball. Almost takes off Auger. That's why Coach Moss has a helmet on. Breaking pitch down. Getting someone warming up over there for the Vikings. James Brooks, I believe. Fouls that one, hits it up high, pops it up. Kelly takes it, squeezes it for the second out, excuse me. Big out. Brings up Fletcher Tolman. It's actually a big out right here in the game. A 4-run game is a lot different than a 6-run game. It's a big out for Kelly and for the Wildcats. They can get a base hit here, extend the lead, give them a little bit of more breathing room. Kelly can keep it close.
That's trouble right up the middle.
That's a base hit. It's going to score the 2 runs. So another 2 runs for the Wildcats. A nice 2-out single up the middle for Tolman. Pops that ball up. Jensen's calling it, going for it. Makes the catch. Ends the inning, but the Wildcats put across a couple more. Extend the lead to 8-2. We go to bottom of 6. Wildcats 8. Whitehall 2. So we are going to kind of say thanks to our sponsors again. Cadena Brothers, Pizzeria. David W. Duesenberry. I want to be your real estate advisor. Gary's Restaurant in the Chamber over in Whitehall. Don't forget the Chamber Bar for your dinner. North Grove Brewers, Montague, Michigan. They have sponsorship opportunities for the music festival. They have all the different type of music in the summertime. Shepherd & Shepherd, attorneys at law. Matt Shepherd take care of you over there. Shoreline Foot and Ankle, offices in Muskegon and in Ludington for all your foot care needs, foot and ankle bunions. Go with Mario Lending. Talk to Mario to take care of you. And then the Ironmen. Even if they're having I'm not sure. Do you have to don't have to play football? Gotta be tough, I bet. Do you? Do you have to have health insurance to be on the Ironman? Do you have insurance? Only when you're playing? $10,000 deductible? Oh boy, it's I give those guys a lot of credit. It was fun when I was in high school to play, but boy. Herman's still on the, what? Got hurt out there? I didn't see it. Coach Moss will take a look. Starting to get a little bit dark over here, but he slipped and fell. Oh, he's got a cramp, it looks like. You guys can't see it. It's a NC-17 rating. A cramp. Oh, actually, it's back on. I apologize. My monitor has a little bit of a delay, but yeah, there it is, popping up.
30-second delay.
Evan Thomas says Harriman still on the bump. He's at 74 pitches. That's a little chopper over. Bobbles a little bit, plenty of time, throws on over. So 1 pitch, 1 out. So they're throwing the ball around. You know, when they have it, you ever wonder why, Bill, they never throw it to the first baseman?
I mean, so that's something that we did used to do that back in the day, but I'm not sure why they don't throw it to third first
I have a
base.
story of the reason why they don't.
Okay.
Brings up Ethan DeShong. First pitch is a ball. So they used to, back in the MLB, back in the 20s and back in the 20s or so, they used to throw it around to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But Lou Gehrig for the Yankees, breaking ball for a strike. You remember Lou Gehrig played first base for the Yankees. And Lou Gehrig started to develop his well-known disease before we called it Lou Gehrig's disease. And he still played even though he was starting to develop a disease and he was too weak to actually throw the ball around. So they decided to give Lou a break. Chop the ball, it's a little bouncer over to the first. It's got time, underhands it for the second out of the inning. So they didn't want Lou to have to throw it to anybody. They just skipped him. And all the other clubs picked up on it. They didn't want Lou to feel bad or make any light of it. So everyone just started to adopt not throwing to the first baseman.
Yeah. Interesting.
Nice breaking ball, just missed. So that's why that particular way of doing things, a ritual. That's what we just didn't throw it to the first baseman. Fastball on for a strike. Hecht is the other freshman on this Whitehall club. Getting varsity innings, varsity time. He's going to be a heck of a pitcher. Pops it up. Moss has got to beat out. Right fielder. Bailey's got it. Puts it in. 1-2-3 inning. So going to top of seventh. Wildcats 8, Vikings 2. Looks like we are going to get a new pitcher for Whitehall.
Jimmy Brooks.
So a pretty nice outing for Kelly. 6 innings pitched, he gave up 10 hits, 8 runs, but 3 of them were earned. 5 strikeouts. He had 6 strikeouts. I'm not sure where. I think they missed one because there was a strikeout and he had 5 before he actually even got to it. So, but I believe he had 6 strikeouts.
So 8 runs, but just 3 earned.
Right.
Not a bad outing for the
Freshman.
the youngster. Yeah.
Whitehall's given up 7 errors. So touchdown and an extra point for errors.
That'll come and get you.
Montague had 4 errors. Not the cleanest game, but it is early in the season. Gets a little bit better. Brings up Kurtzel. What I like about Kurtzel, he's always smiling. I'm not sure if you've seen him, but he's always smiling at Coach Moss. That was me when I was a player. Probably to some of my coaches upset. The first pitch from Jerry Brooks is a ball.
Yeah, he comes into the shop and buys baseball cards, and he's always
Jimmy
got
Brooks?
a smile.
Oh, Kurtzel?
No, Kurtzel, yeah.
He's one of these guys that, you know, as a coach, these are the type of guys you love. Foul that one off. That's a one hopper to Cook Street. The thing is, when you miss a sign and you got a smile like that, you probably can get away with it a couple times.
Right. A couple of times.
It's a chopper over there. That might, it's going to drop for a base hit. Head over to third. And over to the left fielder.
Kurtzel picks up what, his third hit of the game?
That is his third hit of the game. You were correct. I'm not sure if he'll be the player of the game, but when you have 3 hits, you're having a good game. Brings up Pendle. He's had 2. So the middle of the lineup's been really doing it for Coach Moss in this game. Pendle's got 2. Hits him. So first 2 runners are on. I know as a pitcher's dad, these are the kind of ones where you're like, you're hoping for a double play ball at the very least. I've seen enough innings as a pitcher's dad where I've seen these happen.
Yep.
Swing and a miss. Luckily, I've seen more good innings than bad innings. But they happen even to the best pitchers.
They do.
First pitch, swing and a miss. I didn't catch that. Ball's low. Ball's down. Pops that one up, so we get out of play. So Coach Brian, talking to him, we had a really nice conversation. He's a teacher at Whitehall. He says he knows most of these kids from class, but getting to know them as athletes and players is a different story. Who he can count on, who he can razz, who he can push a little bit. It's a little chopper over. Tags for the first down, he'll get 1 out for Justin. If he fields that, he might be able to get 2, but gets the sure out. So runners at the corners with 1 out. But he says, he's enjoying himself. It's his first head coaching job, at least at the varsity level. He was the assistant coach at Spring Lake for years. Then he's been a travel ball coach for 4 years. Again, he's played at some of the highest levels at Division II baseball as a pitcher. So he knows what it's like, and the kids respect him. But it's going to take a little bit. A couple of wins at Hart. A couple of losses against Thorpe Muskegon. Fouls that one off. But he's learning. He's learning as it goes, and it takes some time to replace Warren Zweigel and staff. Warren's been here for 30 plus years, 3+ decades. And it's a strike. But he's got some good, strong kids here. 2 freshmen here, up here with Hecht and Kelly. Pops that one up. It's going to be a tough play for Evans, see if he can make it. He does it. So, second out. Kind of what the doctor ordered for the Whitehall Vikings. Do you know who's the coach for Whitehall and JV? Because I know they changed coaches there also.
I can't remember the name right off.
When I talked to him.
Yeah.
I'm changing some things.
I do know that he's a pharmacist, though.
Oh. I'll have to ask who that is. So 2 outs. There we go. Fouls that one off. We've got this is Pieces that's up. I think let's take a look here. It's a ball. That's Charlie Peace must be up. Yep, Charlie Peace. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Swings.
Oh, Charlie.
And another run scores here. So it's 9-2. Runner on third now. One ball, 2 strikes. He smokes that one, but foul. Chase Gowell almost makes the play over there, but he doesn't have a glove on. He's more of an outfielder than an infielder. Nice stop by.
So Coach Seeger is the JV coach.
Coach Seeger. He's a pharmacist, huh?
I heard he is a pharmacist at Walgreen.
Okay. Might be a younger fella.
Yep.
A little bit high on that one. You would think pharmacists all know each other. But
You would think so.
it skies that one up. Might be trouble. Foul ball.
Oh, nice hustle
Nice
out
hustle
there.
by all those guys. I was a pharmacist at Walgreens a long time ago. 2004 is when I left there, so. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on third. Fouls that one off. Went away on the other side. So, Bill, we're going to have to come to a decision here on who the people we want to talk to for an interview. Take a look at some stats here.
Fletch is looking pretty good
Strikes
as well.
him out. That'll be that inning.
Fletch has 2 hits, 2 RBIs. He's a candidate.
The Ironmen hasn't given up any hits compared to this here, so he's kind of
That's very solid as well.
and eight strikeouts. So you get to hear the sausage being made with regards to who we are going to decide with people to talk to. Well, you got to go. We know who we have to go here probably for the first game. So this is it for the Vikings here, bottom of 7. Down to the last inning here. Nice thing about baseball, there is no clock in baseball. So the game is ended when the outs are counted. So
That's
why
right.
There's no rushing. You hit the ball. And I've seen crazier things happen after the Vikings.
Absolutely. That's why I've always told my teams, grind, grind, grind until the end, to last out.
And if you are the Montague Wildcats, it's all about throwing strikes and getting outs and being fundamentally sound. First pitch. Over there. Emmett Heck is up. He is one of the freshmen. Nice swing. Fouls that one off. A little bit high, dropped down a little bit on his arm slot. That's the inside part. Strike. Strike two, actually. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hits him. Shakes it off, runs hard to first base. Got a little bit of a response from his teammates. Brings up Peterson. Inside. Popping a mitt. Cole's got some good velo. He's got a good break on his breaking ball. High on that one. 2-0. Jacoby Monroe is on deck. Outside, 3-0. And he walks him. So the first 2 runners are on. Coach Moss is going to burn one of his coach visits just to tell Cole that.
Definitely not what you want to see for Montague, right?
Right, but you got a 7-run lead.
Yep, nice cushion, but
Say, hey, you're up 7. Don't overthink it. Just throw strikes. Or basically, if I was Coach Moss, you don't say you throw strikes because what do you think he's trying to do? Just hit the target.
Absolutely.
Just hit the target.
A pitcher, he knows he has to throw strikes, right?
Right. That's when I was a coach, or I never told any of my pitchers to throw strikes. I usually say hit the target, focus on the target.
And I learned that from you,
Yeah, that's right.
coaching juniors.
That's right.
So I carried on with that.
There you go. And I coached with Chuck Bush, who played AA ball with Milwaukee. What he always said is when he went out and talked to a pitcher, 80% success rate, the next pitch would be a strike, and Cole threw a strike. Little chopper over there. And he throws him out. So he got the one out. Runners move over, but Coach Moss don't care about the guys on base. So Jimmy's coming to bat, Jimmy Brooks. There's a few Jimmy Brooks. I think there's a Jimmy Brooks who lives out in Lakewood that my partner in the band knows. different Jimmy Brooks. Bounce that one up. That one's going to be a wild pitch. That's a tough one. One will score. Fletch shouldn't have any chance on that one. That was more what they call a cricket bowl. I think in cricket, it's bowling they call it.
Right.
So it's a 9-3 ball game. That's a strike. What I like about Jimmy is he kind of has almost like a little bit of a mullet going on. Kind of like something from the 80s, I like.
Country.
1 out. Oh, it's 2 outs? I think there's 1 out. Let's see, how many outs are there? There's 1 out. Yeah, I think they're wrong over there. There's 1 out. Is that country they call it? Okay. Well, his name Jimmy, so it could be a country thing. You're right. 2 balls, 1 strike. Inside. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. 9-3 ball game. Bottom of 7. Bikes are still battling. That's a strike. Cole does not want to come out of this game. He's at 94 pitches. He'd like a complete game. Hits him. Now I have to admit, if I'm a batter, I don't mind a walk, but getting hit stung with that one. So runners are at the corners. We're going to get a pinch runner or we're going to get a courtesy runner for the pitcher. That's Madden Reisner, the junior. Brings up Justin Jensen. Ooh, breaking ball. Out. Cole might be getting a little tired. It's coming up on 99 pitches. So he's got 2 more batters probably left. Could be a complete game. That's out. No. It's close. It's actually a smart play by Fletch. Told me you got a courtesy runner.
Yep.
He's in the game, but he's not in the game.
Right.
nice
Catch him sleeping,
throw.
maybe.
That was a nice snap throw. You guys can't see it here, but out. So I don't think Justin will be swinging here. He's a smart ball player. He's over 100. So he hits the corner. 3 balls, 1 strike. And he walks him. So if Jay faces our juice, I think that'll be it for Cole. So Cole hits his pitch count. We are going to be bringing in a new pitcher.
Is that Remington Lohman? Remy Lohman?
Let's take a look here.
Lefty.
Yeah, Remy Lohman's going to come in. And this is brought to you by this new pitcher. Brought to you by Chamber Bar and Grill and Gary's. More than just a breakfast spot. They got Wagyu steaks. They've got all types of different, the menu is new over there. So head on over to the new Chamber. There's some burgers, some steaks. We're going to play lefty versus lefty here. You got Noah Morse coming up. One down still. It's getting a little bit dark here in Montague. It's not any brighter in Whitehall, I don't think, Bill. What do you
No,
think?
it's probably about the same.
Is it? I know you were a meteorologist at one time.
I was
in the
at
Navy,
one
weren't
point.
you?
Yeah, the Navy. Yeah.
Brings up Noah Morse. He's hitless today. Or not, actually is hitless today. High. Good, nice stop by Tolman. So 2 balls. Evan Thomas is on deck. Fouls that one off. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bases juiced, 1 out. 9-3 ball game. Bottom of 7. Bill Welch, Ron Smolin here with you. Montague Field, Montague, Michigan. Pops that one up, skies it. Second out. Umpires called infield fly rule on that one. Brings up Evan Thomas. Vikings are down to the last out. Base is still juiced. Fouls that one off. He is dialed in, Loman is. Right now, Coach Moss just wants strikes. Nothing fancy. A little bit low. 1-1. That's a good pitch right there. Good miss.
Yeah,
If you are Coach Moss and
just
company. Pops that one up. Should be the ball game. Moss, oh, he drops it.
Oh!
Oh. I don't want to say I jinxed Cole, but I think I did. So that's what happens. A couple runs score, I believe. Yeah, so brings up Ethan DeShawn. So runners on first and third at the corners. Okay, leads with a strike. Ooh, he swings, fouls that one off. So quickly out 0-2 on him. Vikings down to the last strike. Curveball breaking inside, did not bite at it. Good stop by Tolman. He's worked hard back there. He's done a nice job. Any balls that got past him were wild pitches. Though.
Yep.
Been a mainstay for a while for Coach Moss. Fouls that one off. It's a battle. This inning hasn't gone the way Coach Moss has wanted it. But he's had a cushion to work with. And that's high school baseball, really.
Yep.
Fouls that one off. That one's one hopper to old 31. Nope. That's a nice stop, breaking ball down and in. That's a tough one for a right-handed batter to let go, but Ethan did a nice job. Even and up to count. Room 222 out there, 2-2-2s aside. Fouls that one off again. What a battle. What a battle between Ethan and Remy Lohman. Curveball down. Count is full. Evan Thomas thought it was ball 4. He started walking towards second, but thankfully, for him, he decided he realized that wasn't ball 4. Payoff pitch here. This is going to be a fastball. Swing and a miss, strikes him out. So Wildcats take them both. Nice pitching. Lohman comes in, gets them both. I think we'll hopefully take a moment here to bring a couple of those guys in to talk to, do a little bit of post-game interview. If Billy is up for it. There you go. Hopefully we get a second. Bill's like thinking how it goes, but we'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll do that next time, but there we are. Hey, there's a picture of us. You wanted to see what we were like? We're not ghosts, we are. So anyways, if we got 5 minutes or so, 3 minutes, let's see if we can see how quick it is over here. You can break down that camera over there. And
You're on. Grab a picture, man.
So Bill is a classic example of who made the least amount of mistakes. Good hitting, some really good pitching from Montague. Hopefully we'll have either Cole Harrimans, I think Eli Peterson, both the pitchers from Montague come and talk. I thought it was really, especially the second game was a really well played game. Kelly for Whitehall pitched really well. Really had control early, but Montague finally kind of broke through and had that big inning where they scored, I think, 4 to 6 runs, I think, in that one inning, and kind of broke through and got a cushion. Again, the last inning for Whitehall, they put a couple runs across, but Lohman came in, shut the door. But I think our 2 players of the game is going to be Harrimans and Peterson, and hopefully we can have them come and do a little bit of kind of a breakdown interview for us. So what's your take on it, Bill?
I would agree. Both games, especially that second game for Whitehall, showing a little comeback at the end there, not giving up, playing to the last out. That's what both these programs are all about, right? They go out there and they play hard baseball. But when it boils down to it, there's a few errors on both sides. Unfortunately for the Vikings, they had a few more errors that led to some unearned runs, and both pitchers from Montague were were excellent, and I would agree with you, freshman Braden Kelly struggled a little bit, but overall didn't pitch bad for a freshman.
Yeah, I thought he did. I thought he did quite well. Whitehall doesn't have any time to really hold their heads down. They've got Sparta coming up in 3 days, and then they have Ludington. So pick them up as they go. Learn from some things. They battled, but they're going to come back even stronger. Learn from this, and came back and almost made it a ball game here. Again, had runners on base, but again, Lohman kind of shut the door. So as we go, it was good. It was a lot of fun. Hopefully we can get Harrimans and Peterson to kind of give us a few minutes here to tell us a little bit what they were thinking, how they were feeling. Both of them pitched really well. And pitched well enough to win the game, but also be dominant at times, shutting down the Whitehall pitchers. Again, if I take a look here at some of the stats for the second game here, Harriman's had 8 strikeouts in 6 1/3. And the first game, Eli had 10 strikeouts. So again, it's really well. And if we can, Bill, if you want to run over and get those 2 guys, I don't want to make you run and do it. I guess we could have Billy do it, but he's already packing up a little bit. So if we can get one of those guys to go get it.
What number's Eli?
Eli, he's got like 36. He's got like a full. I think he's over that way. So if we can get some of those guys over to kind of come and have over there, and you can ask them. We can just chat with them real quick. Yeah, make sure you take. Because I'm sure I want to chat a little bit with them and see how they're feeling with it all.
Now they're doing field maintenance.
Yeah, but those guys can get through it. We'll be kind of, let's see how it goes. Well, we'll see if we can get it. They'll probably wouldn't mind getting out of the field maintenance. I told Coach Moss we'll probably be talking to some folks potentially. But anyways, they want to get going. Well, you know what? We tried to have a good time with doing all that. We'll see how it goes. Well, with that, Bill, maybe next time we'll do it. Next time we'll have them. They won't be doing the field maintenance next time, and we'll have the players next time do a interview like we were going to do. So, with that, we will call it good. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Billy, for a great 2 games. Again, thank you for our sponsors, David Duesenberry at Coldwell Banker, for sponsoring this. North Grove, Shoreline Foot and Ankle, Shepherd and Shepherd, for sponsoring us, and also Chamber Bar and Grill and Gary's. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. Again, so long.
Lakeshore Golden Cup.
And Lakeshore Golden Cup, and also go with Mario, and also Cadena Pizzeria. I think I've remembered them all.
And the Ironmen.
And the Ironmen, don't